Hello, hello, friends. Welcome in. How are you doing today? Hope your day's gone well. Let me just open up these applications that I need, and then we'll begin. But welcome in. I think that's working. Boop, boop, boop. Push these buttons. Carry the 3. Alright. I think... Oh, you know what? Okay, now I think we're pretty much good to go. Alright. Let's swap on over and welcome in, everybody. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Emmers, you're first. How's your day going? How are you? Were you able to catch up on the VOD from yesterday? And Steve, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? After you left, we confirmed 6 people, which was exciting. Especially because I feel like I smart-brained it. And we're going to do some of that more today. I think I'm going to go back on a couple of ones that I've selected. Like the Frenchman, and we'll see who else is unknown. I think because I kind of guessed on those, I think I'm going to take them back. And then I think I'm going to try to do some more deductions based on actual stuff. Emmers!
Time to solve all the MOIDAHs.
All the MOIDAHs. I love hearing the text-to-speech person say it. Juliet. All the MOIDAHs. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 16 months. That is crazy, Emmers. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate. I need something to forget real life. That's how I'm doing. Oh no. Well, I'm glad you're here. 16 months, Emmers. Thank you so much. You don't give me enough time to finish your VODs. No. It's okay. I don't actually think we didn't do a whole lot towards the end there. Like, there was a lot of revisiting memories, so it was a lot of me going back and forth and stumbling on what I thought was an actual clue or not. But towards the end, we did I did get like 6 more people confirmed, and I felt pretty good about it. Can I tell you one thing? Wait, I don't know if I'm gonna read the next thing. I'm not gonna read the rest of your comment. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I'm just gonna ignore it. I would even time you out for a second just so it erases the message, but if I even look at your message, I'll see it, so I'm just gonna ignore it. We did get the Russians? No, we got a Russian confirmed because I went to one of the memories during the squid attack. Was it the squid attack? I think I first went to the memory where they were sick. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Emmers. Just to clear it out so I can look at chat. Thank you. I don't like any, no, it's fine. I just don't like any type of hints, because if I know something, I will be thinking about it for the rest of the time. I'll think about it for the rest of the time I play the game. I've said this before also. Like, when I see a movie, I am very unfun. Because I will... If I've watched a trailer... I will remember key moments in it, and I'll be like, cool, I know this character can't die, because this scene hasn't happened yet. Or they haven't said this thing, or I wonder if this thing is related to, like, I'll keep on, my mind will just keep on, like, making guesses on how things might be connected. So I don't like to. I try not to know. I try to know as little as possible going into something so I can enjoy it. Yeah, I kind of went solo ranting in there yesterday. Perfect. Yeah, that's where you want to put that. Generally the more hyped people are about a certain game, the more there will be people in there. Like with Professor Layton, people liked solving the puzzles, and so they wanted to talk about it. But I was like, not in my chat. Not in my chat. Secret, welcome in. How are you? So I have to kind of push everybody into the backseating chat because I don't want to know. And with this game, I'm enjoying the process of like, and I will say I'm having a lot of fun with this. This is probably one of the most fun mystery games that I've been playing, that we've probably played. But it is very difficult. They don't make it easy on you. Time to get a mute for 5 hours. No. I mean, if you continue, then yeah, maybe. But we'll try to avoid that. Anyway, a while back I told my mods that if somebody's like spoiling something or backseating or whatever, they can just like time them out for a second just so that it erases the message, so I don't see it, just because I don't want to know. But if they haven't played the game, they can't really, I mean, they might not know what a spoiler is or anything. Lurking while I finish work, then I'll be back. Enjoy work. I hope work is good. Oh gosh, yeah. So we were able to figure out one of the Russians. So okay, well hold on. Let's go back for a second. There were the chapter where there's a couple people who are sick. We had already used the clue where people who are in their hammocks have like a number, and so you can look on the manifest, compare that number with whatever. I did basically the exact same thing, but with the squid attack, where in one of the memories, or in like the first part, it's at the very beginning of the attack. And so most people are either in bed or like seated somewhere. I then looked to see like who was in bed, because you can tell like there's like feet poking out. Well, and the thing is some of them just say X on it, which I feel like is mostly done on purpose, so you can't just guess everyone that way. Because there's a couple of people that just says, instead of a number, it just says X. And I don't know, I'm not sure if that's a thing yet. Anyway, but I did find somebody in the squid attack who did have a number on their hammock. And then they did have a number on their hammock, and they were in bed. And so then what I did was I moved on to the next part, and then there was somebody like there in that section. And so I took a guess and was like, kind of makes sense that from here to there they just hopped out of the hammock. And so I was able to guess one of the Russians just because of that. And so I want to go back when we play the game. We're gonna chat for a bit, but once we get back to the game, I want to do that for a few people. I want to double check that I've gotten all of the hammocks that have numbers completed. So anyway, we'll get to that in a bit. We're gonna chat now. So everyone, how's your day going? By the way, Emmers, I think you'll appreciate this. I was unintentionally toxic in League. It happened again. It happened, sort of. I didn't realize that my statement was maybe as toxic as it was, but I honestly feel like it was somewhat justified. So I was playing Earth, which for those who don't play League, Earth is a special mode. It's a limited time mode where all of your cooldowns are lowered to just mere seconds. I was playing this game. I was mid, and I noticed the entire time bot lane was kind of getting destroyed, but they didn't say anything pretty much the entire time. Like, oftentimes when, like, that's happening, they start complaining, right? They're like, can somebody switch with me, or this lane is trash, or whatever. Like, there's usually some kind of complaining. Nothing came from bot lane. And they were both doing really bad. One was a Janna, the other one was a Jhin. And Janna's really easy right now, too. Like, it's really easy to play Janna, because they buffed her real hard. And Jhin is usually pretty good in Earth, so I'm like, okay, interesting. These two characters, they're losing their lane really bad, but they're also not saying anything. It's kind of weird. Then, at some point, I mean, their lane gets completely demolished. At some point, they join mid lane. I was mid. And it's weird, though. Jhin is standing right outside of the base tower, like the first base tower of mid lane. And he dropped a few traps. And then the only thing he does for the next... I watched him for like a bit. The only thing he does is he moves back and forth, like, just repeatedly. And then Janna follows me down mid and is kind of like trailing me. And we start like getting into a little bit of a scuffle with a couple of enemy champions, or legends, or whatever. And she doesn't do anything. Like, all she does is follow me, but she doesn't actually like, she never uses an ability the entire time. She never auto attacks anybody. And it was like kind of bizarre. Like, it was just, it honestly felt like, in my perspective, seeing these two things happen. One, them losing lane really bad, no complaints or anything, followed with kind of weird behaviors. My thought was, these are bots. Like, these are bots. So I typed in chat, Janna and Jhin are bots, right? Anybody else seeing this? And okay, and then the thing is Jhin responds with all caps. Imagine getting toxic in Earth, or something like that. And to be honest, because it was in all caps, part of me is like, and such a like intense response after one question. Part of me is like, but are they? But are they bots? I know he just responded to me. But he's a bot, right? Is like, this is bot behavior. And so I was like, honestly, I even said, honestly, I'm still not sure. I'm still not positive. Because, like, their behavior made no sense. Janna's not using abilities. She's just kind of floating there. And following me is the thing, is that, like, if I started to move back, she would move back as well. Which, I think, I can't remember if I was saying this the other day, but there was, like, a time when I was playing League, when I started a new account, where I noticed, like, that especially at the lower levels, there are a lot of bot accounts. And one of the things that they would do is they would follow minions. And so they would never push a lane unless there was a wave of minions with them. And so if the minions died, they would just go back to the next wave, let a few pass them, and then they would follow. So it was weird. So Janna was like kind of following me as I moved. And then when we got into a fight, doesn't do anything. And then, yeah, and then Jin is like going back and forth, like repeating the same action. And there was like nobody there either. Like where he wasn't like they were just like, no. But I just laughed though, because what's funny is I have a friend who does get really intense in games, and he often calls bad players bots. But I was like legitimately being like, is this person, I don't think this is a human controlled player right now, because the behavior is just so weird. And it's both of them. They both duo laned, like they wanted to lane together. I think they said in pre-chat that they would lane together. So it was like, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, look, we all have our bad games, but it didn't make sense to me. But speaking of bots, I joined somebody's Discord channel the other day, and today somebody from that Discord channel messaged me out of the blue, and I've shown up to one of their streams. It's not like I know these people, really. So it's not like, and it was somebody random, so I saw like in our mutual servers, it showed this one, and I was like, okay, weird. Their name was VFX something, and then somebody's name, I think. Which, if you don't know, and if you haven't heard Tank talk about this, but there's a lot of people who are like graphic designers, I guess, who will kind of stroll through Twitch chats, and sometimes they have VFX in their name, but what their purpose is they're trying to see if they can be commissioned for emotes or for overlays or that kind of thing. And Tank has gotten quite a few of those, and to be fair, it's very frustrating when those people come in. But he's gotten quite a few of those, and I think even the other day he did. But I was wary seeing somebody with the name VFX in their name sending me a message. I was like, they said in two message, hey, how's it going? Or something like that. And one thing that I noticed is that every time they typed a question or an exclamation point, it was always with an additional space. I'll type, like, for example, it'd be like that. I just put it in chat, where it's like the word and then a space and then the punctuation, which is very noticeable. But every time they used a punctuation, it was like that. So they said, hey, how's it going? And I just responded with, like, hi, do you need something? Maybe a little aggressive. Maybe a little, not friendly. However, I was already suspicious of them. But I was like, do you need something? And they said, like, immediate response, like, after I sent the message, was, no, thank you, with the exclamation, like, I typed it out. Which is a weird thing to say to somebody that you just messaged. So they message me, they say hello, I say, do you need something? And they say, no, thank you. So I was like, then why did you message me? And then their immediate response was, no, thank you, with an exclamation point. I was like, cool, bot confirmed. But then I think somebody actually took over. Because they said, they said, you are gamer with a capital G, right? They gave me the capital G gamer, but, they said, you are gamer, right? To which, of course, I responded, No, thank you, with a space exclamation point. And then I waited to see if they would say anything else, but they didn't. So I reported them and blocked them. Biscuits!
Best be one hype, best be one hype, best be one hype.
3 months, Biscuits. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 3 months. I really appreciate it. How are you today? How's it going? We're all bots. I'm kind of convinced that at this point. I've interacted with too many bots within the past 24 hours for it to... You guys might all be bots, in fact. I'm gonna start watching your punctuation marks to see if for bot behavior. I'm fabulous. Thanks for asking. Up, same for you. I'm good. I was just telling Chad about some bot encounters. There you go. That's the word. You cannot prove I exist. I cannot prove I exist unless you can find me IRL, which you shouldn't be able to. It's true. Wait, but why wouldn't I be able to find you? Is it because you're not real? Is it because you're actually just code on the internet? Is that why? I do plan on messaging one of the mods from that Discord just to let them know that I got spammed. Which, by the way, if that ever happens, yay, Biscuits! I'm so glad that you have auto approval now. That's so much fun. If you guys are in my Discord, if you ever get spam messaged by somebody, let me know. Because we'll kick them out. Oh wait, you don't? The last two just got lucky? Oh, that's awesome. Well then that's awesome. Your location's quite hard to find because you had to shake off real stalkers. Oof! Oh, I'm sorry about that. That sucks. But no, that's good. We don't try to dox people here. But I will. That being said, I am a pretty good detective, and I can find most things. I bet. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I can't imagine. I promise only to stalk with consent. Wow. Why did that give me so much trouble, Biscuits? Why did that give me so much trouble? So like friendly stock. Yeah. I had such trouble with that. Or is it? Who knows? But yeah, if for the record, if somebody is ever in the Discord and they spam message or something, let me know. We'll figure out if it's like an accidental, like they got hacked type of thing, or if it's like, no, this person's just a bot. If it's somebody who hasn't been like very active, I feel no problem with just kicking them. I think I checked to see if this account was active in their Discord, and I don't think so. So it was probably just some account that got added and then now just spams messages to new people who joined that server or something. I don't know. But I did have one instance of someone spamming me though, and I kicked them out. I was like, it was about Animal Crossing. It was somebody who came in and during our Animal Crossing streams a while back, and they kept messaging me about items, and I said, "Hey, we have a channel for this in the Discord. Please don't message me about this." And they said, "Cool, yeah." And then like 2 minutes later, they did the exact same thing again. And so I said, okay, just FYI, again, this is your last warning. I was like, last warning? Don't message me about this again. Don't ask for items or whatever. I was like, we have plenty of people who love helping people out in Animal Crossing, who love like giving away items and are very generous. ask in the Discord. That's your best bet. Please don't message me again about this. And they were like, yeah. And then, like, I think an hour later, I think they asked me about more items. So I was like, and blocked, kicked from Discord, and also blocked them from the Twitch account as well. I was like, I don't want... if they can't follow, like, simple rules, they're not going to be good for the community. So sorry. They were probably a child, is probably what it was, because Animal Crossing can bring in a younger crowd, but I feel like any adult could follow a simple rule of, like, hey, cool, just keep it, like, you can ask for things, just keep it in this, like, Discord channel. Try to be as nice as I can, but I also have real big issue with forging trust. Yeah, and I don't think that's too unreasonable, especially when you're interacting with so many people on a internet platform that you don't get to really, like, see or interact with. I think it totally makes sense. So when someone sees me as a friend, I would be nice, but also skeptical of everything. Yeah. Yeah, and I think it's smart. I think it's smart to be a little just careful. I mean, when you're talking to people on the internet, you don't know their motives and what what's going on. So I think it just kind of depends. Like, if it's somebody who has been, like, in chat for a while and is chatting and is friendly and whatever and is welcoming to new people and friendly with our, the regular members and stuff, then that's like a different kind of setup. But I think I think this happened like the day that they followed too. So it was sort of like a cool, let's be careful with that. Too many people try to use me or had ulterior motives. I can read, or they think they can just push me around after knowing me for a little while. I'm just like, no, yeah. I think it's good to have boundaries in regards to that. So I tend to try to keep most conversations to the Discord. I don't private message a lot of people unless I'm doing, like, emotes for them or something, it just kind of depends. I don't private message too many people. I like to keep it all kind of publicly out there, and then I'm also just very cautious of, like, the type of information, if they're at what they're asking, etc. But so I think that's wise. I think that's a smart way to go about things. Because you don't know. I mean, you don't see, like, it's funny. It's kind of interesting because stopping by just for the chatting part of the stream. Sassy, welcome in. How's your day? I was gonna say it's interesting because so there are some people here who stream, or there are some people here who've, like, posted their photo in the Discord or something like that. But it's interesting because as you, like, talk to someone, you kind of start to envision, like, a person, sort of. So in some ways, I start to feel like I start to kind of think like I know a person just by the chat, even if I've never seen them, I suppose. But I think it's just, you got to be careful with the internet, and I don't know, just be safe and make boundaries and keep them. Don't let people push those around. And generally, yeah, I'm generally, when I chat with people and random people, I'm usually pretty nice. But if I am already suspecting, like, this is a bot, I'm just like, I don't have time for this. I don't have time for this. So that's why when that person messaged me, I was like, do you need something? What do you need? I don't know you. I'm in a server of a Twitch channel that I've only been in their chat twice. And I haven't really, like, talked with many people. So who are you? What do you want? What do you want from me? Also, if I talked to him, oh, hey, not a problem. I think we need chatters, so you're good. Arnie, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? Yeah, I try to keep things pretty, you know. Try to keep things pretty good. But I don't know. Try to be nice. I think, but with the VFX person, also was like, if this person's gonna start advertising their graphic design stuff to me, I'm gonna be like, cool. So have you watched my stream? Have you ever do you know? you realize I do emote commissions, yes? Yeah, anyway. But they were a bot. Oh well. The only stuff I would send to friends I would need to be comfortable to also send to a random user or public chat, except like opinions on games or news. Yeah, totally. You draw? I know. I never knew. Amazing. Yeah, remember that one dude I told you about who showed up in my stream? Oh yeah, and then DM'd me in Discord after asking for a private call to get to know each other, and I was like, no, I don't do that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that is, I would say very weird. That's very weird. I'd be like, no, please go away. I didn't commission you to draw for me or anything. I know. Well, Sassy, I was saying that somebody messaged me from a mutual Discord, another one. But it's a community that I'm very new to, have not really interacted with very much. But they had visual VFX in their name, which, if you've heard Tank talk about it, he's had quite a few people pop into his chat who were like, hey, can I show you my portfolio? I will say, I was there one time for somebody who spent maybe 30 minutes in his chat talking to him, and then tried to sell him something. It was like they went for the long con. It was honestly impressive. It was also very confusing because we were playing Apex. It was one of the streams where Tank and I were playing Apex with Mr. Soul Creek, I think. Well, actually, Mr. Soul Creek may not have been there that time. Maybe he was. I don't remember. But in Apex, there is a character named Crypto, who's like a hacker. This guy came in and he said something about crypto, and we both thought he meant the character from Apex. But he was actually talking about like cryptocurrency. And so we were both very confused. And so anyway, he starts talking, like this guy asks Tank questions like, oh, what kind of games do you like? Do you play, oh, neat. Like, do you play mobile games? And Tank, I think, like, has some answers to that, and they talk for a bit. But the whole process was maybe like 30-ish minutes. And then eventually he goes into like a sales pitch, which was there's like a mobile game that he made that you can like earn crypto, I think. And I can't remember, but I remember Tank said that the guy even like started messaging him on his Twitter account and like some other stuff. Anyway, it's like a lot. So I get, and anyway, a lot of the people who pop into chats were like, hey, can you look at my portfolio? Sometimes they have VFX in their name, or graphics or something. And so this person who messaged me did, and I was like, what do you want? Who are you? I don't know who you are. Let's see. I remember people DM'd me on Twitch because I was playing a game asking me to join their private server for that game. The weird part is that game doesn't have multiplayer, and it wasn't a bot. Weird. That's even stranger. Also, why things gotta cost money? ask that every day, Sassy. I ask that every day. Are you in the market for something? Are you looking for a thing? Would you say that if people say I am working on a game or I am working on a mod for X? No, I don't think so. It kind of depends on what their purpose is. We've had somebody who's like working on their own stuff. I think it also depends, like, if there's a lot of context, I think, that comes with self-promo, in my opinion. Like, for example, I don't mind, so I generally, as like a general chat rule, I don't like self-promotion in terms of like Twitch channels and stuff, because when you do, it invites people who are like, hey, I'm streaming right now, everybody come over here. So I think in reason and in context, I think it's totally fine. So for example, someone mentions that they stream, I don't care. If it's somebody who's involved in the community apart from just saying that they stream, I also don't care. Like, if it's somebody who chats normally and then they also say, oh yeah, I'm working on a game, or I'm working on a thing, or I'm working, or I have a, I'm also a streamer, or I streamed this game, or whatever. I don't mind that in the least bit. We have had problems in the past of some people who that is the only thing that they talk about. And in that case, then I'm sort of like, like, like they would come in, only talk about their stream, and then they would leave. And they'd be like, cool, I have to go now, have a good one. But they wouldn't ever contribute to anything else. So, like, that to me is, like, bad self-promotion, and one that I would not encourage. Because I find that very annoying, and also, like, neat. Can you contribute to the conversation besides that? That'd be wonderful. But, yeah, I don't mind people promoting their own projects, or if, like, again, and, like, if people stream, I would like to know, so that maybe we can, like, raid them or whatever. I can check out their channel, that sort of thing. But if it's just sort of like a, hey, I stream, good luck, I don't participate in anything else, then that's when I'm like, neat, thanks for thanks for being a part of this community. Let's see, like, I'm looking at modding a game so it will have Twitch integration, maybe spreading it as free. That's pretty dope. Check out my new my new favorite mobile game, Raid Shadow Legends. So I'm starting to teach multiplying fractions to my 5th graders. There are manipulatives I can use to help them understand what is happening when you multiply them. However, they are super expensive, so me being crafty, I'm like, I'll just make them myself. Will the transparency film I need to be able to print them on cost $60 a box? I need, ooh. Yeah, things get so expensive. And, like, sometimes it's cheaper to do it yourself, and then sometimes you're like, no, this isn't. This is, especially when you think of, like, the amount of time you put into that sort of stuff, it can be a lot. I like your dig on this. Yeah, I think, yeah, I've told my mods before, like, if it's somebody who is involved in the community and if they're, I think, doing it on good, like, standing, then it's totally fine. Like, I don't care. But if it's like intention and context, I think is sort of the thing you have to figure out, which is difficult because you don't know. But I think slowly there have been times, more like 6 months ago, I would say. This was a while back, but times where there were a few people who were kind of just, they would come in, only talk about their stream, and then they would leave, and I'd be like, neat, okay, cool, this person is only here to advertise. That is the only thing they're doing. And I think what I started to do is I just sort of ignored their messages. I just kind of stopped reading. I wouldn't read those out loud. And so I think just sort of they just left. They don't really show up anymore. But yeah, Sassy, things get so expensive. Are you using, like, how would you use the transparency film? Like, how does that, are you, like, overlaying the transparency films on top of each other to show something? Or how does that work? Where would I send screenshots to set project if I actually started working on it? You could put it in general gaming, probably. That's in the Discord. What game is it for? I would say in our Discord, our most active chats have usually been like Animal Crossing. So I don't know, I don't know how active people would be in on it, but you know, might not know the game. But Game House Game Collection, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know that. Is that like kind of like a what is that called? Like a compilation type of thing? Windows XP era. Oh. Wait a minute. Then maybe Game House. What games were on that? Runner, welcome in. How are you? Yeah, so you have one paper with one fraction on it, and you overlay the other fractions, so the bottom fraction is blue. Oh, I see. The part that turns green is... Oh, that's super cool. That's actually really cool. This one game is a super letter linker, and it's like words on stream, but more interesting and forgiving. Oh, interesting. Though I need it to work. Yeah. That sounds super cool. Runner, how are you? How's your day going? By the way, yesterday I was working on my 3D model for my mini base for the mini we're gonna paint. It's giving me so much trouble. And I don't know 3D programs very well at all. It is like, usually I'm pretty good at learning applications pretty fast, like software. I'm usually good with software. Though most of my experience with design has been like graphic design, video editing, that sort of stuff. And so those softwares have a lot of like crossover. Even if you're using like different brands, you can kind of like, even if you're going from Adobe to something else, you can probably decipher like what the buttons are, even if the icons are different, that sort of thing, or you know what it's talking about. 3D applications are just on some other level that I don't know how to like. I just don't know how to use the programs. You're just eating. What are you eating? It's a little more concrete for the kids. It instead of just teaching them the algorithm, hoping this will help them discover the algorithm. That's awesome. I was so bad with fractions. I even still today am just like, I'll stare at them and I'll just be like, what is this? What am I supposed to do with this again? Check it out at some point this week. Trying to push to finish this painting since I'm working on weekend. No! You're working on weekend? Also, what painting are you working on? 3D applications are easy. Every morning I wake up and tell myself that I'm going to be the best 3-dimensional self today. Then I apply it. That's good. That's a good 3-dimensional program. I'm trying to flesh out my character more, so I'm trying to be less 2-dimensional. Another Metroid painting for my brother, but this one is a watercolor. Awesome. Have you posted that in the Discord? Watercolor is so cool. I'm very bad at it, but it's so cool. I love watercolor. No, I don't think so. You should when you're done or whenever you feel comfortable with it. You should post it in the art channel. But no, runner. I just I messaged Opons yesterday, and I can't remember if I messaged him back. But I was like, I asked him if he used Oh, no, I haven't responded. I'll respond to him after the stream. But I asked him what programs he used. Because, so... I have it designed. Like, I have what it's supposed to look like. However... and I've, like, exported the 3D file. But when I bring it into... So you take... That's the way this works. You take a three-dimensional file and then you put it into another program that turns it into the code that then the like 3D printer can read. However, I'm getting errors that's saying that there are like basically some of the layers won't print, some of the like so like for example, on the base, there are some like bamboo reeds that are like poking out. Most of the reeds will print. Or stalks? Bamboo stalks? Are they reeds? Are they stalks? I don't know, but some of the bamboo things will print up to a point. But towards the top, where there's like finer detail, it's just saying it won't print that. It just doesn't recognize it as being printable. I'm like, cool. So how do I fix that? How do I make it so that it will print? And I just can't get it to recognize it or anything. So we'll see. I feel like I haven't seen MN forever. She be working. Hold on. I want to see this. Yeah, that happens when I go to bed at 6:30. No! You work both Saturday and Sunday this weekend? Ooh, Hammers. That looks so cool. It looks so cool. I can't wait to see what it looks like when it's done. I will do a Jetpack 13 Enhance because it looks so good. Yeah, 4 a.m. to 12. Ooh! Jet to his 3D printer. You have one job. Actually fair. That is exactly how I... that is exactly how I feel. I wish 3D printing was 1,000 times easier than it is. And the problem also is because I'm not very familiar with 3D software, there's a lot of terminology that I just don't like know what it means. And Jet 3D. No, I don't think I will. It's my 3D printer is a mixture of the emote and the old Steve Rogers meme from Endgame. No, I don't think I will. Doing the letter game right now, and I'm missing 6 words. Ooh. How does that game work? Oh, you said it's like words with friends. Is that what it's called? Yeah, we've done that before. You talking to me? Well, okay, so like the problem is I don't know a lot of the terminology. So for example, one of the errors that I get is that it says hold on. Something about it being non-manifold, which I'm like, what does that mean? I don't even know if I can tell you what manifold means. I know I've heard the word. Hold on, let's define, what is manifold? Okay, well, I've heard it in another context. Manifold means many and various. The implications of this decision were manifold. So I don't, even by that context, I really don't know what it means by this 3D object is non-manifold. What does that mean? It is not many and varied. But what does that mean? So, and like, how does that even relate to why I can't print this thing? You missed Jet? No! It was right there in front of you this whole time. So yeah, so there's like a lot of things. The problems that I run into is that it gives me an error, such as the geometry or the mesh or whatever is non-manifold. And I'm like, cool. Not only do I not know what that means, I don't know how to fix that thing. And I think because I've mostly worked in graphic design or video editing, where really, like, your final product is just what you see. So if it's like a design, something looks wrong, you can start tweaking it, you can change it, you can edit it, trying to get it to just look right, and then you're good. Video editing can also mostly be like that, maybe a little bit more complicated with After Effects or something like that uses functions and all that sort of stuff. But you know the result based on how you see it. It just even in it has how you export it, etc. But with a 3D object, like it looks great on the screen. Like, it looks perfect, exactly how I want it. But it's in terms of like exporting and then the printing application, it's like just throws in more obstacles in the way that I'm like, I don't know how I'm supposed to do this. I don't know what you want from me. I know if manifolds is like a part of a 3D shape is a manifold. Draw a circle or on a balloon. That circle is a sub-manifold of the balloon. Oh, that actually might be more what they are talking about, since everything is broken up into like triangles, basically, or whatever, when you're printing something out. But I'm still like, great, I don't know how to fix this. And again, the thing that I don't understand also is like, some of it is manifold, I guess, and some of it will print correctly. Like, some of the same piece of this will be fine, but it's just like, these extra pieces won't. And so I'm just like, what do you want me to do? Can you please explain? So I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do. Part of me is like, maybe I should just... I wanted something kind of cool. Maybe it should just be really simple. Maybe I'll just print out a flat cylinder, like a really flat, like, couple inch, maybe an inch, half an inch, maybe half an inch, tall cylinder that's wide enough to be the base. And I'll just do that. Maybe if that's just what it takes, sure. I wanted it to look cool, though, so I had put some other stuff. Punch lasers! Welcome in, my friends. How are you? What were you doing? Cap! Welcome in. How are you? What were you playing? Just chatting? You esports legend? Who was the chatter? Cap, how are you today? If it's a non-manifold mesh, it means there are errors in the 3D model that cannot define with precision the geometry of the 3D model. Software of the 3D printer is reading the exact geometric representation of a model so as to print it. They see you made a 1 pixel wide edge or 1 pixel hinge and it can't cope. So it's like too thin, maybe. The entire squad? Amazing. Sama was watching WWE, WWF promos. It was amazing. That's awesome. Jonzo, I saw you in someone's chat the other day, and I almost said something, and I was like, I don't want to make it about me. I I was like, if I can't do this again, because Jonzo and I have already had that happen. But I saw you in I saw you in someone's chat. I saw you in Absurd Parrots chat. And I almost said something, and I was gonna be like, Jeddah and I hang out at the same corners of it. We keep running into each other. Jeddah out here, chat sniping. Well, and I didn't want to be like, Jonzo? Because I think I just opened it up. I don't remember if you got there on a raid or something, but I opened it up and I saw that you were chatting, and I was like, it'd be Jonzo in here. I also ran into Jonzo at Carla Draws' channel one day, and that was just great. How did that happen? I think I also saw you chat, and I was like, hello? Hello, Jonzo? Is it you? We had a little reunion out there. It was great. People were... like, the streamer's gonna be like, oh, you know my friend. How do you know each other? Like, running into the... I know. Well, but I don't want to... The thing is that I hadn't chatted at all in Absurd's chat. I've only been there a few times. I would be a completely unknown. It would be one of those things where they'd be like, oh, I'm not getting a first-time chatter from this person, but I don't recognize their name. If you've ever experienced that, where you're like, cool, this person chatted, the message of, this is apparently not a new chatter, but I also don't remember who they are, where they came from. It'd be that sort of thing. So I was like, I don't want to be disruptive, I guess is the thing. I don't want to be like, cool, I never chat in this person's chat, and then the only time they see me is me being like, Jonzo? Jonzo's here? It'd be weird. Yeah, I lurk in Carla's channel, but I was feeling chatty that day. Yeah, same. I've turned on her channel a few times just to watch, because it's cool to see her animate too. I love animation days. But maybe they'll think I'm someone special. Oh, that's also true. Maybe I should have done that. I'd be like, it's Jonzo. I came out of lurking just to be like, absurd. You know Jonzo? How cool. What a cool day, everybody. You guys are all so lucky. But how are you guys doing? Oh, we didn't do a fist bump. I'm dumb. Boom, everybody. Punch Lasers and friends, and welcome in. How are you today? If you guys would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, whoop it. Yeah, I totally forgot. But I hope you guys are having a good day. What have you guys been up to? How was the WWE WWF promos? I was just chatting about working on a 3D model, which I don't use 3D software very much at all. And so I'm trying to print something, and it's just not happening. And and so I keep on just looking at my 3D software, looking at my 3D printer with Pepe hands. One of my students lost their jacket at recess. No! Did you chastise them? Are you designing the 3D print thing? I am. So, you guys, I think this has been around for long enough that you would probably remember that I 3D printed this. I didn't design this, but I 3D printed this. The thing is that I want a base for it that looks cool, and so I put together a base. But I keep running into issues with the printer program. So once I get the base printed, we're gonna actually paint this on stream. But I'm having so much trouble, and I don't understand. I just don't understand 3D software. And at least Jonzo, I know, can attest to that. Like, I know, like, Photoshop and design softwares pretty well, video editing softwares, but 3D programs are just, like, over my head. I'm not smart enough for it. I'm waiting for their mom to blame me for it. No! Did you find the jacket? Or did they, like, contact you and are like... Or did the kid say, like, when he came back from recess that he lost the jacket? I remember you printing the small thing and the bigger thing. Yeah. There's a smaller version also that I was like, this is too tiny. Skull does 3D stuff. I wonder if he'd be able to assist. Ooh, I might pop into the Discord and be like, hey, anybody 3D model things? Ooh woo. It's a learning curve for some reason. 3D is a whole nother beast. Yeah, I just don't get it. Why can't it be easy? Like, the problem that I was describing is it looks fine on the model. Like, if you look at the model in a program, it looks like how it's supposed to, but when you export it to like the 3D printing program, it gives you like some errors. That some of it will print, some of it won't. And so I'm trying to figure out what's wrong with these things, but anyway, I'm just like, why can't it be like more like Photoshop or something, where it's like, if it looks like it's there, like if it looks how it's supposed to, it works. He didn't even remember that he took it off in recess until another student told him. Mom will find some way to make it my fault, even though I was there. Even though you weren't there. Is that what it was? But no, that's got to be so annoying. Yeah, I don't know how knowledgeable he is with designing, but he's worked with that software and has had a couple of jobs with laser cutting using that kind of stuff. Oh, interesting. Well, maybe, we'll see. Maybe I'll hit him up. I'll message him like the bot messaged me today. I got messaged by like a bot. And I was kind of, oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I was rude to them, but maybe. Yeah, exactly. That's Kat. That is 100% what I'm thinking. That is exactly what I'm doing. Yeesh. Wasn't. It was super windy today, so for all I know, his jacket ended up down the block. Oh no. Oh man. Kids, you can't trust them. End of statement. End of statement. That is the beginning and end. Can't live with them. Kids, you can't trust them. That's it. That's all you got to learn from that, is you just can't trust them. Our weather has been crazy. We had some pretty windy days. We've been getting Chinooks. Looks like the temperature is going to go down again this next week, but we've had some crazy windy days, which brings the temperature up. So we've been getting this weird mix of like, it's snowing just about every day, but it's also like then turning into freezing rain. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. It's a good combo. Highly recommend. But how are your days going? Are you guys getting Elden Ring? Wind blows. Ooh, that's good. Are you guys getting Elden Ring? I feel like that's what everyone's talking about. I won't be picking it up. I have not played like a Souls game ever. And I don't really intend to. I don't intend to. But I hear a lot of people are excited about it. People are also playing Horizon Forbidden West. Yes. I keep on wanting to call it Horizon Zero Dawn Forbidden West, but that is not. I learned that was not the name of it just like 2 days ago. We may be the same person. Yeah, everyone's like real hyped up about Elden Ring. I'm like, neat. I won't play that game. I want to play games that are not that difficult. Whatever it is, that jeweler is gonna get some bank, 100%. That Elden Ring. This is the same parent who requested I don't allow her son to run at recess. Lady, he's 10. You don't want him to run. You enforce it. Yeah, not my job. Yeah, that's so weird. Why doesn't she want him to run? Oh, you've been on Lost Ark exclusively since it dropped. I've seen a lot of people playing Lost Ark. What is Lost Ark? Tell me that. I've seen a lot of people be talking about it. To just be like, I'm a teacher, not a babysitter. I think, unfortunately, a lot of people think that's what teachers are, which is unfortunate. I need to play more Lost Ark. Yeah, I've seen, I feel like everybody is playing it. Lost Ark is a Diablo 2 MMO RPG type thing. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. It's only on PC though, right? You heard your name? I'm trying to figure out what we said. Oh, okay, yeah. Sassy was saying, you heard Axiom, or did you hear Run? Because Sassy was saying that there's a mom who doesn't want their child to run during recess. I also just said Lost Ark. Does that sound like Axiom? 10-year-olds not being allowed to run. That's like snow not being allowed to be cold. Water not allowed to be wet. Jet not allowed to be our favorite streamer. It's just unnatural and impossible. Jonzo, I am your fourth favorite streamer at best. But that is hilarious. That should be Sassy's response, though. Lots of story, lots of grinding. Get to level 50, and you're finally in the end game to be able to do dungeons and raids and such. Yes, PC only. Oh, that's Edge. Oh, yeah, Lost Ark does sound like Axiom. It could have been. My 3 favorite streamers got banned. Is that true? Because that would be hilarious if true. Oh, interesting. It's been out since 2019. Why is it so popular right now? Like, I feel like I've never heard of Lost Ark before, but all of a sudden people have started playing it. Oh, okay, so I see. It just became available in the US. Ah, I see. Okay, I think I saw that. Okay, yes, that makes sense. It said, yeah, on the little wiki summary, it said that the South Korean release was on a certain date. And I was confused, I guess, why it specified that. But I guess that was the release date, and it was in South Korea or something. Oh, but that's pretty dope, though. It's Korean MMO, then went to Russia, Japan, China. Finally, 2 years later, came to Europe, America this month. Ah, I see. Okay. Yeah, I've seen a lot of people playing it. I've been trying to discover... I've actually been trying to discover more family-friendly streamers, because we're very few and far between. I like, well, This has been my experience thus far, and it is hilarious. But hold on. Also, if the top 3 streamers are getting banned and Jet is 4th, I'm going to guess that the viewing content be wildly diversified. That's fair. Hopefully the content's different. My experience going through the family-friendly tag is family-friendly streamers. There's a few of us. Dozens. Then random channels that are showing just movies. Like Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter and TV shows. Like just random channels that are like, make sure you follow and subscribe us was like the title of their stream, but they're just showing Lord of the Rings. I'm like, how is this a thing? How is this happening? Then there's like, and then the rest of them are like bot channels where it's like the Animal Crossing Treasure Islands or Pokemon channeled or Pokemon streams that are like for Pokemon trading and like other games that have that. So it's like it's so the family friendly tag is like just a few actual streamers. And then it's just like these weird like subsections of Twitch that I'm just like, I don't know what to do with this. So every couple of hours I'll like refresh the page just to see like who's on and see if there's actually real people. I'm being a little exaggerating. There are plenty of family friendly streamers out there. It's just funny. The content when I'm actually going through the page, I actually have to like comb through it because it's like, okay, this row is all fake. This is just someone was playing The Hobbit. That's what it was. They were just playing The Hobbit on there's like, and there's no one there. It's just The Hobbit. Like, how does Twitch not like catch on to that? It's incredible, actually. I call myself Lord of the Rings every time my waitress delivers my onion rings to my table. It's hard to find those, especially with the family friendly tag. Yeah, it is. It was weird. I was actually Runner, it's weird that you mentioned that because I had a dream last night that I wrote Lord of the Rings. Yeah, I was Tolkien in my sleep. I love that one. Yes. I totally forgot about that joke until just now. But you love it, Cap. Oh man. But you love it. I was getting ready for something epic. Playing AC with a friend, but I will be lurking. Maybe a cat. Welcome in. We'll be starting into the game here shortly. While I help Emily get the kids food. Enjoy your food, Cap. What was I saying? Oh, and for sure, I've actually found some pretty great family-friendly streamers through the tag. But it's just funny. It's funny going through it because it's just like cool. There's also a lot of family-friendly streamers without cameras, so I've been trying to sort of find some that have cameras, aren't just playing The Hobbit, and that are like just real people. So I don't know. But there is actually, I was actually surprised. There's quite a few. I've been trying to find family-friendly streamers that are towards kind of like the lower viewed list. But there's actually quite a few who are like kind of high up there. So I was kind of surprised. You don't see that too often. Jet, what was I saying? Me remembering the Lord of the Rings joke? Nothing. You weren't saying anything. No! I promise I was. But you can use that later. Tolkien in my sleep. It's so good. I feel like I have about as good of a joke set up as when... Well, no, I take that back. Gizmo does have the ability to, like, slide the joke in sometimes. But I think once you hear it a few times, you can kind of see it coming. I think my delivery is usually it's a... You usually see it coming. I lob it to the chat. that there is a joke on the way. But anyway. Well, maybe it's time. My jokes will just go over people's heads, and I'm there like waiting for the laughs. That's when I repeat myself. And I say, no, you must not have heard me. My mic must have been off. And they're like, no, we heard you. And then I say, no. Because if you heard me, you'd be laughing. And you're not laughing. So, clearly... No, we got it the first time. I'm back and I have food! We're probably going to be hopping to the game here in a few minutes, but... No, we heard you. But you're not laughing, so I feel like you didn't. What did you get for food, Sassy? What is on the menu today? I did not eat today before stream, so I'm probably gonna be very hungry by the time we finish here. I should have eaten leftover taco stuff from yesterday. Nom nom. Oh, you had a Taco Tuesday? That's awesome. I forgot to wish you guys a happy Threes Day today. So happy Threes Day, everybody. Is there anything else I was going to mention? I told you about all the bots that I ran into. Told you guys about my 3D printer stuff. I really want to finish that so I really want to paint my Mini at some point on stream, but one of these days. One of these days. I've already started thinking of things I could do with my students for a Pi Day. Oh, that's coming up. That's awesome. Man, I'm husband's brother and his wife had their 2 boys yesterday on 2/22/22. That's awesome. That's going to be so easy to remember their birthday. It's going to be so easy. So wow. And they also had 2. That's crazy. If it was a day to have twins, it's a day to have twins. There was something I was gonna say. What was it about? Gaming. Excuse me. Something like that. What's it about? Oh, I'm looking forward to the new Kirby game. I've been thinking about it even more. And I can't wait. I think it's March 25th. Kirby's and the Forgotten Land. Forbidden West. Yeah, March 25th. We will be picking it up. We should have it on launch day. Me too, I love Kirby. Yeah, I'm really excited. I think it's gonna be fun. It'll be, I'll pre-order it once it gets closer to time. Because I mean, we actually still have like a month away, so we've got some time. But it'll probably be we'll play on the day it releases, or the day I get it. If it releases on a Thursday, I think we'll probably play it Friday then. We'll see. Anyway, it'll be fun. I think that's the next big game that we'll get. We will probably... I'll pick up the next Sherlock game here in the next couple of days. Maybe we can play that sometime in March. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. This has actually been... Return of the Obra Dinn has been one of the games that I have had on my Switch for a super long time that I've wanted to play. So I'm actually kind of like... I'm kind of curious what we'll play next. So we'll see. So that means I need to get it for Thursday and play it all night so I can watch the stream Friday. No! Just enjoy the game. Just enjoy the game. Play at your own pace. What was I gonna say? Let's take a look at. Hold on. Let's take a look at. Software. We might play like Yoshi's Crafted World and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze at some point. I want to play Final Fantasy VIII at some point, but that's going to be later. Leaning towards maybe doing a Jet After Dark for Katana Zero. And honestly, part of me has been thinking about playing Disco Elysium again. And maybe doing it as a Jet After Dark as well. But we'll see. There's like a lot. The more I think about it, like the more I think of specific things that happen in the game, like it's like an incredibly heavy game. I might not be able to pull it off, but we'll see. We've played all of these. We'll play Final Fantasy IX at some point. Played that. We'll play Wind Peaks once we finish. What's the find hidden objects game we have? Hidden Through Time? Yeah. We'll play Wind Peaks after we finish Hidden Through Time. I've got the Flame in the Flood and Dicey Dungeons that we haven't played. That's something we'll do at some point. Mine Path to Thalamus will be something we play. Old Man's Journey. I will say, I think Return of the Obra Dinn has been one of my favorite mystery games. Famicom Detective Club, though, is still one of my favorite games that we have played. It was so much fun. I wish I could play it again. Really need to finish Link's Awakening. Link is staring at me like, you forgot about me. I love that game. I thought it was a very good remake. What is mainlining? I remember picking this up, but maybe it's just because it was on sale. Figment and Celeste are games we'll play. We need to finish Button City at some point. Child of Light will play. Hob. Ellie, probably. I saw that Runner played that a while back. Garden Story had an update. I might just play the update. We might not play on stream. Transistor and Bastion. A lot of these games that I've mentioned, though, there's like quite a few of them, but a lot of them are like indie shorter games. And so, like, we will complete them pretty fast. I did say Runner. I actually did. I was talking about you. I said Ellie is on our list of games to play, but which you played a while back, if I recall. I had been doing so well with it, and then life happened. I hear that. It do be like that sometimes. Yes, we have a few games to play. Most of them, though, are pretty short. Maybe Yoshi's Crafted World and Donkey Kong Country might be the longer ones, excluding like Final Fantasy. So like we have the possibility of knocking a lot of these out real fast. So I think Kirby's gonna be one of our next big games, and I can't wait for Strikers. Ellie is a beautiful, fun, relaxing game. Heckin' chill. I'm always willing to bet real life money on you liking it. Oh, I'm almost willing. Okay, I am always willing to bet real life money on you liking it. Well, dang. If you say it like that, Runner. When you say it like that, it feels like I'm gonna love it. Runner always dropping that IRL money. No, we'll see. I have been hearing rumors of a new iMac coming out soon, and I am, well, one, not enough place to buy a new iMac, first of all, but two, gets me really excited. At some point, I'm like, figure out a way to like see if I can get a hold of a new iMac, because I think I'd be able to run some things much better. Though I will say, I don't know what changed. I honestly don't know what happened, but if you notice, when we get raids or people follow or subscribe or whatever, the sound isn't stuttery, and I don't know what has changed. But I think we can guarantee that stuff like that will work better if I had a more up-to-date Mac. He don't break anymore, as far as we know. And I think we're really on the edge of that, though, because there are some times if I, like, hopefully it's less noticeable for you guys, but while I stream, if I try to open up Discord, like when somebody's like, I posted something in the Discord, I will open up the window and it crawls. It slows things down, and I'm like, I hope I'm not dropping frames. Wait, I know the answer to that, but I don't want to say about why things started working again. I don't know. I don't know what you're getting at. Anyway, we'll see. Oh, because Jet is wearing purple, and I don't answer Jet's questions when he's wearing purple. Classic. Classic Runner. By the way, I did see there might be some new ad things coming up soon. Some ad changes. Twitch was talking about they're like rolling some ad stuff out, which I think will hopefully be good for the streamer. But we'll kind of see how it all plays out. It'd be pretty nice, though, I think. I'm actually kind of for it, but we'll see. Because ads are just a part of the platform now, at this point. Yeah, there's a new ad and promotion method about to be rolled out. Yeah. It'll benefit the streamer more. Yeah, we'll see. I'm curious to see what the actual numbers for how much streamers can make from that. Supposedly some people are saying that it's actually pretty low. It's probably not going to be like... It's going to be for the really like high up people that it benefits, clearly. But it could still be a good thing. I feel like at this point right now, any bit is good. What's wrong with purple? I know. You gotta talk to Runner about that. He just doesn't like to answer my questions when I wear purple, I guess. Oh wait, and this is another game we need to play, Discolored. It looks pretty cool. I've just decided today that to throw shade on Purple Jet. That's fair. I don't blame you, Runner. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. Anyway, yeah, we have a few games to play, but we'll see. And in the case, I'll mention this again in the case people missed it. But in March, we're gonna see some changes to the schedule in regards to jet lounges. This Saturday is going to be our last jet lounge for at least a month. We will be trying to see if we can finish Ace Attorney. Or at least the case that we were on. Starting in March, so next month, jet lounges will be replaced. We will not have a jet lounge, but we will do a dedicated Animal Crossing stream on Saturdays. And then we're going to see how that goes from there. If attendance gets better, we might keep it as an Animal Crossing day, or see if we play other games on that day. Not really sure. If it doesn't, we might just do away with Saturday streams. So, we're gonna play by ear. March is gonna be sort of like a test time. I think people might be just getting busier now, and so they're just not free on Saturdays. So we might just, if it's not getting better, we might just like not stream Saturday, and then that gives me time to do some other stuff. We'll sort of see. I want to stream on Saturdays, but it just depends if people are there. Was this busy you speak of? Well, I'm just, well, the alternative is if people aren't busy, it's just that they don't want to be here. So I'm gonna say that they're busy. I'm gonna say that people are busy. Those AC Saturday streams hit different. I miss those. Hopefully it'll interest some people. Zruki, welcome in. How are you? How's it going? But yeah, Embers, the alternative is if it's just that they aren't busy. If they're sitting bored at home, but they're like, I'm bored, but I just don't want to watch Jet. Well, then that's fair, and that honestly is fair. I just don't want to, be. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want to force anything. February is just a weird month for streaming. Historically, Twitch's numbers have been down 18 to 24% every February. Pre and post pandemic, it's hard to gauge anything off February. That's true. Well, it's something that I've noticed for the past couple of months is the thing. And January is also a slow month, even in general, even like on YouTube and stuff. I've heard. But I've kind of been watching Saturdays for the past little bit, and I've noticed that less people chatting, and like the attendance has just been kind of very low. Whereas Saturdays, our Jet Lounges used to be probably the most attended stream of the week, and so I've now seen like a big shift, and so I'm like, okay, cool. Is it the games we're playing? Is it that like more people preferred Animal Crossing, or is it that people are just busier, or that they've grown tired? Which could be both. I also have to be careful I'm not oversaturating myself. Anyways. I feel that even with the growth lately, yeah, I could see that. Yeah, and I think it's interesting, but I wonder if it's like at the beginning of the year is just harder because it's like everyone is getting back to the groove after usually like long holidays in December. And so it's like, I don't really know, but well, also the schedule time was different. You used to go on real late when your numbers were high. I guess Jet Lounges have always been in the mornings though, I thought. Jet Lounges have usually been kind of earlier on in the day. Like the Saturday stream, well, earlier for me, I think. Like kind of mid-afternoon. But I think part of it is like things are opening up more now. People are like traveling more, seeing people. They have things to do. I think that's part of it. That's one thing that's changed over the past few months. in comparison to the last, like, you know, couple of years. So I think that's part of it. IMO. So I don't know. Well, and again, it kind of just depends, schedule-wise and all that sort of stuff. But I want to make sure that I'm not saturating myself, because surely there are some things that I can be working on for the stream, even if I'm not streaming. Like even if I'm not streaming, there's plenty of stuff to work on. So that's at least been. I've been watching Jet Lounges for a bit, trying to figure out how best to approach that. I don't want to get rid of it entirely if possible, but we'll see. I don't want to. I think thus far the most active times have actually been weekdays. I think a lot of people are getting off of work when I stream, so it's like. It's like people are more free around that time. I'm assuming you're doing some content reflection. Yeah, sort of. Yeah, I just updated people by saying that we normally do a Saturday stream. That's kind of been a thing we've done almost since the beginning, I think. Called the Jet Lounge. And to be fair, some other content things have changed. For example, the Jet Lounge was initially made to be the more chatty stream of the week, but now all of our streams are chatty streams. Always has been. So I think maybe that's also something that has changed in general. I think maybe people came on Saturdays for the chattiness. And so now that we chat pretty much every stream, it kind of lost its specialness maybe. I was just telling them that I think March is going to be a test. We're going to test a few things. We're changing it up. Generally on Saturdays, I would play like a game that I could beat almost in one sitting for the most part, or something that's generally pretty chill. Are you playing the game on the right? Hip Shop 46. I wish. I love this song. I love this song so much. The Scroll Log, welcome in. How are you? Yeah. So March is gonna be a test. Instead of it being like random indie games, we're gonna only play Animal Crossing on Saturdays in March, and then we'll see. We'll kind of evaluate: are people here? Are they chatting, or is it like a time that people are kind of like active, or if it's pretty dead still, we will just get rid of Jet Lounges and Saturday streams for a bit. I would love for the Jet Lounge to come back, and then maybe we evaluate what it looks like and what makes it special, that sort of thing, but we'll kind of see. Because I stream Monday through Friday most weeks, and then have like sometimes a bonus stream on Sunday, so that is true. The chattiness was almost exclusively on Saturday Jet Lounges, so people did come in just for that. Yeah, Emmett, welcome in. How are you? Scrolllock, you're all right? Well, I'm glad that you're here and hanging out. How are you doing? Emmers just showed us a sneak peek at a painting that I think is headed your way, and it looks so good. It looks so good. Sipping some coffee. Nice. You've been playing... Were you playing Lost Ark? No. What were you playing? I forget. What were you playing yesterday? Okay, you are. All right. How are you enjoying that? We were actually just talking about it. I've never played, but I was like, it seems like everybody is playing this thing. Emma flexes a lot in here. It's true. She just comes in here and... I like it. Just need to find time. That's fair. It looks interesting. I don't have anything that I can play it on, unfortunately, but... because I am a Mac boy. And so, unfortunately, it limits my options. Unless, I wonder if it would be... Well, no, probably not. I was going to say, I wonder if it'll be available on the Steam Deck, but I doubt it. She comes in with her pastry cat and tells us, "Peep my art." a mech boy. That's me at McDonald's. That's me at McDonald's. You're getting confused. Anyway, so I wanted to give you guys at least a heads up on the schedule, because I don't want anyone to be surprised and be like, "Wait, Jet didn't tell us this." I want you guys to know. Always a good thing to reflect on everything, narrow down your rhythm and stuff. I started taking the heck off after I did that for me. Yeah, I'm somebody. So one, I come from a marketing background. Like, I do marketing for people, advertising, social media marketing, etc. And so I like to look at, like, data sometimes and the analytics of something and be like, is this working? How did people respond to this? Is this good or bad? And so I kind of was evaluating that. So I think totally is Ruthie. I think it's very... we switched over to this because we were going to hop into the game. We can just pop over here. We're back. But yeah, I think it's good to kind of evaluate and just double check, like, all right, is there anything that needs to be changed? And I don't think, like, I think this comes from my artist background. I don't take, like, personal offense to that anyways. Like, I can look at something and be like, yeah, this isn't being received well. Or this isn't, I'm not getting the response that I wish I was from this. And I know it's not, like, an attack on me. If you ever go into, like, the art field, especially if you go into, like, take art classes or something, you kind of have to get used to critiques. And at least I got used to separating myself from if somebody doesn't like something that I've made. And so generally when people have hired me for, like, emotes and stuff, I usually tell them the first time that I do something for them that if they don't like it, they can tell me, and they need to tell me. Because I'll just keep doing a thing until somebody is like, no, I don't like this. No, I think, yeah, reflection is important. Jet with his iPad at McDonald's ordering the McBoy. That's rowdy. That's hilarious. I know you can too, for sure. I've always been surprised you're not bigger than you are. Well, thank you, I think. I know what you mean by that. But maybe. We'll see. So at some point, I'm like, I don't know. We'll just see. I feel like I am very chill for the most part, and kind of like... My hype levels, I think I much like a mic, and probably much like my mic, there are times where I peak in excitement and hype, but it quickly goes back down to, like, a normal level. And I think I don't think that it probably not rubs people the wrong way, but I think it's maybe harder for people to, like, get into. Maybe, I don't know if that makes sense, and maybe that's just my interpretation, but I think when people are, like, very excited and hyped all the time, you can kind of get, like, swept up in that as well. And so I think that makes sense, why you see that a lot. And I'm sort of like, the thing is like, the way this is right now is how I am all the time. And so, like, I'm not too different, I would say, from how I'm on stream versus in person. I think I talk more on stream than I do in person. But I'm sort of more of a low energy kind of, like, let's just keep it down here. And I think that's kind of harder for people. I think it could come across as very boring. I'll be honest. I think that could come across as, like, this is not very interesting or exciting, and I don't know how to, like, grab onto that. So you kind of have to, I don't know. There kind of has to be a balance there. But it would be much harder for me. I will say I would get so burnt out if I tried to be as hyped as everyone else is. because that's not something that's very natural to me, I would be burned out so easily. So that's why I've sort of kept it like this, kind of going into it, because it's like, look, if I tried harder, this is already me kind of heightened. So if I tried harder, it would be it'd be bad. That's why I'm detail oriented when commissioning, and take constructive criticism with very open arms. Very important. Oh, totally. Yeah, because I think you kind of have to be, because especially if you're being commissioned for something like emotes or something, you want to make sure that the people are happy with what they get. You want them to use it. You want them to be like very excited about it and happy with it. So I always tell people like, well, and especially because a lot of people who might be commissioning might not come from an art background and might not know how to approach, like how to give you some feedback. So I always tell people, when I deliver them the first draft, I always tell them like the very first draft of something. Like if they're requesting a bunch of emotes, I only do it for the first one. I don't repeat it every time, but I would say like, hey, here's the first draft. This is where you can tell me if there's anything you like or you don't like. If there are things you don't like, please tell me. I don't take it personal. You can be as I'll even give them an example. You can say you absolutely hate this part of what this looks like. And I try to give them as much comfortability there, because I need to know what they want, so that I can make it for them. So I don't know. Stream too hype and high energy for me, peaceful. Imagine if someone said that to me, I would be like, what are you looking for? Why are you here? I would say go to a chess stream. However, those are honestly like kind of hype. Did you know like chess streams kind of go off a bit? So the chess community is honestly very passionate. They would come here and be like, this is you nerd, you're too boring, Jet. Ace Pokemon, welcome in, how are you? I got 3 ads as I made my funny joke. No! Oh, I meant me commission. Oh, I try my best to be as clear as possible to make things. Oh, then that's perfect. Which in the end makes me feel annoying, but I imagine me getting frustrated at them for something I wasn't clear on is even more frustrating. Yes, 100%. I see what you mean now, but totally. Absolutely. I think I honestly, the more somebody can give me in terms of like what they want from like a commission, always better, I feel like. Because I know exactly what they're going for. Sometimes if they're too general, I sort of like, the first draft is usually like me just putting something out there being like, is this what you want? Or I send them examples and it's to see like, which direction are you leaning in terms of this? Like, what do you want? Yeah, I honestly think, well, and I know personally, I'm somebody who needs a lot of clear communication if I'm working with somebody. Less so in like a commission environment, but generally when, if I get a new job, for example, I will tell whoever hired me, if they're like my supervisor, my boss or something, I will, if they ask a question like, what do you need? Like, what is something, or if they ask like, what is a weakness? Usually I have to say, something about like, I need clear communication for things to go well. So I'm somebody who like gets into patterns really easily, and so if I'm doing if I'm doing something that you guys don't want me to do, or if I'm doing something poorly that needs to change, you need to tell me that, because I will just literally keep doing that for eternity. I will never stop doing that until someone says, hey, this isn't actually how you do this, or this isn't what we're looking for. But I'm burned out from dealing with musicians, dancers, actors-ish, and coordinators. I need a chill streamer to balance my day out. I can't handle these high-energy streamers. They make my eardrums fade and my eyes twitch. Oh no. Oh no. But yeah, I hear that. I think like and for sure, I hope you guys realize I'm not knocking like high energy streamers. Like that, there's definitely a place for that. I just know that I can't be like that, I guess. Granted, sometimes I get very excited and hyped, and you guys have seen me that way. But usually it's like a peak in energy, and then it goes back down to normal. And that's legitimately how I am even outside of this. Is I'll be like, I'm very excited for this one thing, and then I calm down and I'm quiet. But I'm doing good, Ace. I'm doing good. We've just been chatting for a bit. We're about to hop into more of Return of the Obra Dinn. Gonna be solving some MOIDAHs. I have good and bad news. I need to go to bed, so I can't spoil anything again. Sorry, you mind that. I am at least going to miss that you're not going to be here, Steve. But there will be a VOD, so you can see how we do. I love that emote, Zurki. It's so good. More Return of the Obra Dinn, eh? This game is probably captivating. I love it. I'm honestly loving it. It is incredibly non-linear, which makes the puzzle solving very fun, or like the mystery solving fun, because they just literally give you nothing. They're just like, sweet, there are all these dead bodies here. Now you need to go figure out how they all died. And I love that. I think that's super cool. But it is very difficult. I would say, I was telling somebody about this, and they were like, cool, I would love to try like some mystery games. And I was like, I don't know if this would be the first one I would recommend, because I think I could see people getting very frustrated with this, because at some point it's like, okay, how am I supposed to do this? How am I supposed to get to the end of this? I don't know. That's how I am too, I think. Yeah, I could see that. I really enjoy your streams, Emmett, when I've been in there. I really enjoy your streams. You're really funny. Plus, your piano playing, when you've played piano, so good. So good. And you've like mostly taught yourself, right? I feel like I remember a stream where people were just giving you songs to play. No, you don't though. You don't though. I remember there was a day people I think were just giving you songs, and you would look them up real quick maybe, but then you'd just be playing them. I literally have one of the best teachers probably in the world. Okay, well then perfect. That's still awesome. If you want to see High Energy Jet, just watch the VOD. If you want to see High Energy Jet, just watch the VOD when the AC update went live. That's true. That was pretty intense. That was just like frantic panic. I think that was incredible. You guys can see the clip where I found out there was a jetpack in an Animal Crossing that they added. That was yeah, I could say that was pretty high energy of me. That was crazy. I think I was losing my voice. I was also incredibly hungry. I think because I had just streamed for a very long stream, like a longer one than normal to finish a game. I think we streamed for like 6-ish hours. Had like an hour and a half break where the update went live, where I was trying to figure out if I should stream, and then we did. Panic. Don't get me wrong, I understand there's a place for super mega high energy shouting all day type of streamers, and if I still worked in my old office job back in the day, then yeah, I'd be looking for that to excite my day, but I'm good with Jetstream. Well, thank you, Runner, I appreciate it. Also, Emmett, I love your vibes in your stream. Mr. Panda tends to watch super high energy people depending on the time. I can't handle some of those streams, yeah. This game was my first logic puzzle game after Portal 2, and do not recommend as a first. Yeah, totally, I went mad. Yeah, I would. There are plenty of great mystery games where I think it's a little bit more balanced from, like, it's a fun mystery and it is actually solvable. I don't necessarily like mysteries where there's like there's like a last minute, haha, you thought this was like this, but actually this whole mystery was completely unsolvable from the beginning, so all of your deductions mean nothing. They mean nothing. I I hate that. I would rather it be like somewhat solvable. And I'm like, there's usually there's some mystery detective type games where it's a little bit more balanced between like the puzzles are fun, they're solvable, and it's a good mystery. Versus this is like, I think throwing somebody in the deep end in terms of like, they literally introduce like 60 bodies to you pretty much back to back to back. And it's like, neat. All right. You kind of know how some of them died and by who, but now you need to figure out what's that person's name. How did they die? Like all this stuff. It's just crazy. And the story is told out of order. So it's like, you have to keep track of it. It's just difficult. Yeah, and I was asleep. I know. Emmer's, that was so funny. I remember being like, Emmer's is going to be so mad when she wakes up. This isn't a mystery at all. They were alive and at the grocery store the whole time. This guy is bald, but what is his name and how did he die? Yeah, and it's just like, cool. You got to figure it out. Also, Declan, runner makes music and stuff for his career. Not too clear on his actual profession. It's pretty awesome, right? If I ever make a video game, I need Runner to make the soundtrack, please. That'd be dope. But yeah, Sassy, I was gonna say that yeah, I mean the benefit of Twitch is that there are so many people streaming, and so you can watch people, like if there's a type of personality you kind of lean towards, you can totally find that. You just kind of have to look, and through trial and error, you'll probably find the right stream for that. I've told people this before. There we go. I was watching, because I wasn't super involved in Twitch, but I was watching there's a streamer that I do watch now who would she would post her VODs on YouTube, and so I'd watch them on there mostly, and then I started moving onto the platform. But Dex Bonus, she is sometimes kind of hype and high energy, but I feel like she for the most part is a bit more chill. She is very chatty. And the games that she plays tend to be more indie games, that sort of thing, stuff that I'm interested in. And so that was, watching her stream was when I was like, oh, maybe I could do this. Because I like how she handles herself on stream, how she talks to chat, all that stuff. Comes across as very genuine and low energy, which I like. I think for me, it's harder to... personally, it's harder for me to feel very connected to people who are like super high energy and hyped. Like I look for like a real interaction with them. It's very hard for me to like connect. And that honestly can be sometimes true even in person. I think I end up befriending like more chill people than like people who are more like center of attention, life of the party type of people. It's harder for me to like connect. It just depends on context, I think. But anyway, so I tend to watch people who are more like who are, I don't know. I don't want to say that they're more like real, because I'm not saying that people who are very hype are being inauthentic. It's just I connect with them easier, and so I don't know. So it's hard for me to not be like this, which I think is fine and good. Probably that I'm not trying to be something else. I had one person many years ago tell me this, and I think it's seemingly true. People agreed with them, and I don't think it's a bad thing. But they said that I have an uncanny ability to be myself all the time, and sometimes that's really good. I think overall, like I'm genuine. The problem is sometimes if I'm frustrated it is very clear that I'm frustrated, and I can't, like, play that down. It's hard for me to, like, all right, just act cool, we'll be cool, and then we'll be fine, and we'll just move on past this. I think they were like, whenever you are, if you're upset or if you're frustrated with something, everybody knows. and you're not even trying to do something, it's just like your demeanor changes. And so, I don't know. But I think overall it's a good thing. I would like to be known for being myself, so. A full-time music composer, yes. We've watched a few composing streams. Let's see. Sadly, I cannot reveal how many survived, but obviously the guy who's and we've gotten his correct. Henry, I think is his name. Womp womp. One thing that's funny to do in the game is just do 0 solving. Oh my gosh, that is hilarious. I have to solve it. I'm gonna attempt to solve all of these things. Oh, it's a message. Oops. Y'all take care of yourself. Keep your sanity by not playing this game. Keep in mind you can always take a break. You matter in this community is amazing. Steve, that's so nice. Thank you so much. If you guys would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Well, bam. And hey, that is actually a great usage of the fist bump because it's supposed to be used to like encourage and you know, lift people up. So thank you, Steve. We're glad to have you here. I hope you get some good sleep because I know you work like a night shift. So get some good sleep. Take a good nap. But all right, how about let's hop in. Speaking of the Obra Dinn, let's hop into the game because it is fun. I am enjoying it. It is a challenge for sure. It's a challenge for sure. Oh, you used to work night shifts. Oh, okay. You quit for school. Oh, do you have school now? Are you headed to night classes or something? Anyways, good night. Well, have a good night, Steve. Thanks for coming in. I am having fun with this game. It is very unique. Again, I could understand if the graphics are a bit divisive. Wait, it's 15 past midnight? Oh, wait, are you in Europe? How did I not realize that? I don't think I realized that. That's my bad. Well, have a good night then. And Sassy, thank you for the lurk. I used to go to sleep. Oh, hold on. Jet trying to keep the convo going. They're trying to go to bed. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Good luck finishing the game. Thank you. We'll see. I think we may have at least one more stream of this after today. So we'll see how it goes. But Steve, have a good night. No matter where you are. I am enjoying this game though. It is one of the harder detective games I've played. One thing that I want to do is actually I'm gonna walk back on a couple things that we did. I am gonna put this guy back on unknown. We took a guess there. There was another guess we made. And I want to... Was it this guy? And maybe... I think this guy. This was... Yeah. This was the other guy. So when you have selected somebody's name on this list, it no longer appears in future guesses because it's kind of already reserved. And so I want to save these names in the case we actually do find the right person. I'm going to bed. Great. So what's your favorite color? No. Tell me about your dreams. What do you hope for in life? So, for those who have not been around, this is called Return of the Obra Dinn. We are an insurance guy who works for the East India Trading Company. And this ship has arrived back. I think it went missing for a bit, and I think it has been found. Well, all 60 people are either missing or dead. And we need to uncover what happened to them. There are some bodies on board. These that are, like, fuzzy are, it's like the idea of them. We know where their body was at some point, and so we can use this to hop back into those memories. We have this special pocket watch that allows us to view memories, and so we can... Oh, hold on. The time doesn't change ever, right? Okay. Oh, it does! What chapter is this? Chapter 7? And it's 7. Ah. Oh, wait. Hold on. Part 1. Okay, that's... Hold on. Are we just figuring this out? That would be... Is there a part 7? There is! Ah! We're learning things. Oh, my gosh. So that would be... This is going to be Chapter 5, Part 1. Wow. Amazing. We're learning things. Oh my gosh. All right. So anyway, we are trying to go through basically the entire manifest and figure out who people are, what happened to them, are they dead, how did they die, sometimes who killed them. And so, yeah, that's sort of what we're dealing with right now. Where we ended, well, I should say, so we have this book, and it is divided into chapters. These are all different memories that we can go into. It was told to us out of order, but we've unlocked all of them except for Chapter 8, which is apparently, I think, the last one that you unlock towards the very end of the game. So I'm kind of going through all of our current chapters and trying to complete it all. At least what we've got. I don't, as far as we can go, I don't know if there will be some at the end that maybe we don't get to pinpoint until kind of the last little bit. So I want to do as much as we can. We don't have... The ones with the check marks are ones that are correct and have been confirmed. So we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 21 out of 60 confirmed. This guy has been marked. Where did he die? Who is this? Perished in Doom Part 1. He was clubbed by someone we don't know the name of. That's why it's currently listed as unknown. Gizmo! Unlurk! Wait! Did you pop in here earlier and say lurk? Did I miss that? But, welcome, Gizmo. How are you? Then this guy is the same thing. He was killed by Beanie Guy. But we don't know the name of Beanie Guy. So we'll get there. But I'm pretty sure, I'm confident in everything else. I didn't say lurk, but I was lurking. Okay, perfect. I was just afraid that I maybe missed your message or something. But Gizmo, how are you? We have unlocked everything but Chapter 8. And have done 21 out of 60 people. The thing that I want to check right now is I want to go to this, where is this guy? He's laying in front of the stairs. I think it's... Wait, what floor are we on? And which floor is this? Okay, we need to go one more. Because there are 2 Russians that we haven't identified, and I think I maybe know how we can do it. Let's see. But I'm doing good. What have you been up to? How was work today? I'm here too, just mostly asleep. How was work also, Secret? How is Horizon Forbidden West, Gizmo? Other things you're playing? Okay. Okay, so these people... Okay, 45 we did. This is 47 and... Is there a number over here? Enhance. Is that 46? Yeah. Right? Or did we do... Consult the list. We did 45. 45 is confirmed. So 46 and 47. Okay. Forbidden West is solid. Still early on, though. Nice. I've been watching Tank play it. It does look fun. We were talking about what would a Horizon Battle Royale would look like. I need to figure out these people, too. That's 37. Okay, so what we're going to do... This guy has a pipe and a bag. Okay, my job. Okay, what I am going to figure out who these people are. One, is this the guy we? Yes. Okay, it's these 2 here that we need to figure out. I think, and also, hold on. One is named Alexei, the other one is Alarcus? Question mark? I think that's what that says. Both are Seamans. Okay. One has longer hair. All right, we're going to remember that. Now, what we are going to do... So this was part 1. Didn't end up sleeping at all last night. Took an hour nap in the middle of the day just due to stress. Changed to my PJs early. Oh boy. How is your new job, by the way? I know things have at least like changed in the past couple months. How's the new job? How's it going? So we're gonna try to follow these 2 during this. Same as the other. Okay. Wait. We can't. Are they here? Wait, who's this? No, this is a different guy. And we did figure him out. He is... Renfred.
If so, we don't have it.
And this guy... Do we have a name? Unknown.
They must have picked it up in the last guy.
What's his deal? Ah, yeah, I remember. Okay, we know who he is. His death might be a little iffy. New job is actually lovely. Dealing with family dramatics. And Turnip is sick. Oh no. What is the wrong? How is he feeling? Wedding planning and stuff. Is that the dramatics? This is Henry. This is the doctor. He's alive. We know that. This guy dies. This guy... I need to figure out who he is. The conversation is, well, same as the other fellows. This must be the doctor. Some lung disease, not consumption, made worse by the cold. Will it spread? If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up at the Lascar house. I checked all hands just now, and everyone is healthy. And him, what are his chances? I gave him some Laudanum. We'll see. And him must be the guy outside? This guy? Who are you? James Wallace, the surgeon's mate, was decapitated by a terrible beast. Okay. This guy, I wonder if he is... Who do we have here? I feel like he's going to be either the third or fourth mate. Might. Helmsman. He's not a steward. He's definitely somebody in charge. I don't know. He's in a lot of memories though. Wedding planning. I'm not planning anything right now. Oh, okay. It's just nice to be in chill company after hours. Nice. Yeah, I bet. For sure. But dang, that's no fun. Family drama is never fun. Okay, let's get out of here. This isn't helping with the Russians. We're focused on the Russians, everybody. That is our plan. Where is... A Bitter Cold, Part 3. Where is that? War! Welcome in! MOIDAH! Welcome in, War. What were you playing? Oh, Tiny Tina's Assault on Dragon Keep.
Warn F sweat, MOIDAH, warn F sweat.
That was perfect. War, thank you so much for the 17 months. That is crazy. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, my friend. How is the one-shot adventure? Is it the same as the DLC that was in Borderlands 2, or is it something else? But friends, MOIDAH. Warn F Sweat, MOIDAH. Friends, welcome in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. We're playing Return of the Obra Dinn. If you guys would like a fist bump, please go ahead and punch your screen on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, wha-bam. It is. Oh, okay. So is it just sort of like a... They're just kind of getting people hyped for the new game, I bet is what that is then. Here with the raid only. I see nothing. Perfect. We will see you later, Sassy. We are playing Return of the Obra Dinn, which is a mystery game. Very fun, very abstract and complicated. It also looks like this. Which could be hard to see what's happening. And if you think that, that's fair. But it's very good. It is very difficult, though. I could see how it would be frustrating for some people. Yes, just getting all the hype up for Wonderlands. Nice. I think I'll pick that up at some point. I don't know if it'll be a day one purchase for me, but I do love Borderlands. Maybe I should just go start playing the game myself. I mean, maybe. I really like it. I could see how it would be very hard for some people. They don't really give you a lot to work off of, but it's very fun. For those that don't know and who are curious, who are coming in, this game, you are an insurance agent who is sent to investigate what happened to everybody on this boat. There were 60 people on the manifest. All of them are either dead or missing. And so you need to figure out their names, the names of each body, what killed them, like how did they die, and sometimes by who or by what. And so it can be a lot. And the game first starts off with like, oh, here's one body, and you kind of continue. And then they're like, oh, here's a couple more. And then all of a sudden they're like, here are 10 dead people. You got to figure out what happened to them. And I'm just like, great. The bodies have piled up. We have solved 21 out of 60, I think. There may actually technically be more than 60. I think this is... No. Where's Chapter 2, Part 3? That guy got murdered, so that's not right. Oh, I'm on the wrong floor. Okay. But it's very fun. So I hope you guys enjoyed War Stream. And thank you for coming in and hanging out. Is it here somewhere? Where is this? I'm still on the wrong floor. It's one more. Okay. I get it. You'd be surprised looking at these graphics, but sometimes it's hard to keep track of where people are. Okay, so it's this way. Oh, is it? It's this, right. Very interesting graphical style. It is. I think it's made to look like old books. And we've seen all of this, or this part before anyways. I think it's made to look like old, like, printed books. Was wrapping up a DVD stream, but 2 streams of chat now. Thanks for the stream war. Okay, hold on. Take him to the carpenters, get him wrapped, and see to the last rites. Oh, right. Hit her here, 1 swing, get through the skull and center brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it. I don't think this involves the Russians at all.
You've done it. Here? Yeah. Come on before she
We are wait. Oh yeah, it doesn't. Unless, can we go up the stairs?
You all right there, sir?
No, I don't.
Question. Never been on a farm, Chuck?
Mind your shoes now.
Right now, I am trying to hunt down these Russians who are on board. I'm trying to figure out who they are. So, okay, this is not the right memory for this. We know that they are... We know their numbers on the manifest. I just need to figure out which one is which. Okay, so... Let's go back. Let's go back up. Where are their quarters? Hold on. One of them dies in the escape. The chapter, The Escape. But this is a very interesting game. I will say, I was saying this before, it is incredibly non-linear, and they don't really tell you very much. So, oh, wait. That's the guy that dies in the escape. Okay, so I don't need to know his name. And where are the other 2 people? Oh, I know how we can figure where they are in this book. Alright, hold on. Life at Sea, the sketch. Nope. The sketch. This guy. 4 memories. Disappeared in the calling. He was drowned. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's go to part 1 of this. This will be... I go on the main deck. Okay. So they don't really tell you very much in this game. They basically just present a body to you and are like, cool, you'll figure this out, right? We said this guy died in the calling. That is chapter 4. This guy's first body is... Where? Ah! Okay. She's down here. Okay. Right. Oh, you are right. You're in just MOIDAHs. Thank you for telling me. Return of the Obra Dinn. Thank you very much. Maybe a cat. He's just chatting about MOIDAHs. All right. Let's start. Hold on. Okay. I did not realize this until now, but it actually shows you the chapter and what part it takes you to on the stopwatch. And I'm a dummy for not figuring that out until now, but the calling. Okay. So here there's like a there is a mermaid attack. Okay, this guy. I'm gonna go to this guy's memory. As you do, there was a mermaid attack. This guy, right? Is this who we need to figure out? Yes.
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good. Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra.
And this guy? No. Is he Russian? Who's the... There was another... What does the other Russian guy look like? I can't remember. I need to go back, but okay, this is for sure one of the Russians. He dies here, he drowns. I'm trying to figure out...
Shut it up.
That's a mermaid. Oh wait, oh, this is, okay, this is him. Okay, haha, ha. All right, this is how we're gonna do this. So he has this satchel. He also has his pipe with him. So hold on. Now, guys, it's all coming together. We're solving crimes. All right, so we're gonna remember that. Guy with the short hair is the one with the satchel and the pipe. So now let's run back to that first memory of the guy who's sick. I think it's this one. Okay. If we go over here, it's these guys playing cards. Look! The satchel with this thing goes to number 47. So this guy is passenger 47. Alexei. Which means this guy is the other Russian. He is Alarkus. Okay, so, and the way this works is, this game doesn't tell you if you're correct, except for groups of 3. So they'll tell you 3 at a time. So I'm pretty positive. Hold on, let me just double check. He was drowned. And he was also drowned. But let's double check. Let's actually check the memory where they died, because there's like some when you're marking somebody as having died, it gives you options for like they were clawed to death, they were drowned, they fell overboard. So you have to be specific. Let's go back. So we're gonna go part by part here. So they were both alive in part 1. That was part 1. That is part 3. This person's part 2. So let's do this.
Keep rowing!
Okay. That guy is still alive. This guy is being pulled under, but like technically being clawed.
Pick up the oars and row, you fools!
Well, it's about that time. Emmers! Thanks so much for coming in and hanging out. I hope you have a good night. Have a good night. Get some good sleep. And thanks for being here. We'll have. I'm glad you got to at least see me be smart and solve who the Russians were. Now we're just double checking their deaths, because like he's being pulled under, right? So do you think this classifies as being drowned, or was he clawed? It honestly feels like it's a both and. This feels like a both and situation. I'll catch up on the VOD tomorrow, but we'll see you later. Thanks so much for hanging out. I know you have a lot of work and are very busy, so always appreciate you being here. Okay, so then we're gonna continue. So we're at part 2. That's part 1. How do I get to part 3? We don't know who you are. But I would say this guy gets speared for sure. All right. I think we need to go back to part 4 and then we go to part 3 from there. Who's part 3? You are... When did you die? Oh no, that's... We're right. That's 2... 3. So we're following... What I'm trying to do right now, the reason why we're, like, hopping through these memories is... We're gonna try to follow where each of the people goes. So this guy is no longer... The guy who's being clawed is and pulled is gone. So we can't really hold of that. This guy is getting pulled under. She's being killed. He got speared. This guy is Nichols. What was the Oh, Hagen, you still breathe in. Can you row? Hold on. Who's it that died? In this one? I think it's this guy, right? Okay. So, this must be O'Hagan. That's Nichols. He's dead. He's being pulled under. We know his name. It's okay. Hold on. O'Hagan. Patrick O'Hagan. Is that not right? He was speared by a terrible beast. Because the guy who's dying right now is the one who says, "Oh, Hagen, you still breathing? Can you row?" The only people that... and that guy's Russian. This is Edward Nichols. Or is this O'Hagan? You'd think he'd be talking to the person on his boat, but maybe that guy died earlier. I don't remember what order this guy died in. Oh, he died first. So maybe not. Maybe... And this guy died second? Maybe he doesn't know this guy's dead. So maybe that's why he calls out to him? There we go. Okay, so he was calling to the other boat. 3 more fates correct. O'Hagan, confirmed. Russian, confirmed. The other Russian, confirmed. We're doing it. A few more lines get added to the back of the book. All right, it's all coming up, Millhouse. So the only people who are not named in this, it's just this guy. Nice, yeah, it's all coming together. This guy's is unnamed. We have 4 memories of him. His first memory is in part 1 of A Bitter Cold. Where is he? Hold on. He's not near any... Okay, so they're not wearing similar clothes. So you can... I've been able to figure out who some people are by looking at where they are placed in pictures. But he's by himself, but he's sitting on... Also, hold on. We can remove all bookmarks. I selected some a while back, and now I see how I should use them better. Is anybody else bookmarked? No. Okay. Let's bookmark this guy. Let's see if we can figure out who he is. So we know how he dies. He is apparently... So those 3 triangles above his photo mean that he is difficult to guess. These are all of his memories. So that's where he died. He was at the sentencing and execution. He was at Murder Part 3 and A Bitter Cold. I think that is the earliest he was there. So let's see if we can hunt him down. But I think once we do that, everybody will have been... that was O'Hagan. Everybody will have been accounted for from this memory. Except for maybe the last one. I need to double check. There are a couple people on the boat in the last one. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. I know, so Steve was saying that a lot of times people just guess towards the end. I would like to do as many educated guesses than just like brute forcing my way out of it as possible. So we'll see. I'm not opposed to... So where is this guy? Okay, we figured all those guys out. That is the guy who's dying in this one. This is that hat guy. This is this guy. We've seen him a few times. I don't know his name. Does he have... He has an X on his... Also, lol clipping through this whole thing. He has an X? Can I read that? Hold on. Nope. I think that's in Latin. I'm pretty sure that looks like Latin. Doesn't look like... He has an X on his... A couple people do. 53. This guy is dying. We know who that is. Hold on. Well, it's not the Roman numeral for 10. We already know who number 10 is. He has no number listed on his... Interesting. Okay, so anyway, none of those people. There's 4 people there. Nobody that we can see here. I wonder if this is something. 37. Like, could I look at these guys' shoes and, like, pinpoint who this is just by... Okay, yeah, these are the Russians. So... Hold on. 22 others were present. It says 22 others were present. Where is he? 4 memories. First memories. Page 14. Is he like... Oh, maybe... Are they counting people who are sleeping? 1, 2, 3... 4, 5, 6, 7... 8, 9, 10... No, I mean 11, 12... 13, 14... Also, are there... 15... That's like 16, 17, 18, 19, 20... So yeah, well, so they're counting people who are sleeping in their hammocks, which is absurd. That is absurd. How are we supposed to guess? It's weird to say that he's here. I think it's weird to say that this is his first memory. But whatever. Oh, look. Oh. Okay, so 37. I wonder if he has... He might have an arm tattoo. But someone does. Whoever does is number 37. Let's hope. Hold on. Let me double check before I go on this chase. We don't know who 37 is. Perfect. Okay. All right. So... let's do this. Life at Sea. His chapters were... He wears long sleeves. So we might not be able to tell. But we need to keep an eye out for anybody... Oh, I wonder if we can spot it from... I bet that is not him. I bet he's probably not 37. He doesn't have it. Well, we can't see his right arm here. But I know where we can go to find that real fast. Get me out of here. And actually, this will probably be a good place to check. Let's go to the execution. There are a lot of people there, so we can check a lot of people's like arms and stuff. This execution happened of like a false accusation. So okay, hold on.
Of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
I don't think he does. Okay, yes. So hold on.
And by the authority of the East India Company, and thus the Crown of England.
I need somebody. I need exposed right
by
arms.
firing line.
I wish I could like
When you
crouch
are ready.
and
Right, sir. Ready, men. Aim. Fire!
zoom and enhance. Zoom and enhance. Okay, not that guy. Who are you? I wonder if this guy is the... He's either the cook... Might be the cook. He's wearing an apron. Hold on. There's not like a butcher's assistant or something, right? No. Okay, there's not like a butcher's mate. I'm gonna say this guy is the cook. We're gonna take a little bit of a guess here, but based on dress, I think that is at the very least an educated guess. Okay. I find this interesting that this guy's covering his ears. This guy is definitely like this person's page or steward, but I don't know who he is. I honestly, and who are you? Spiked by a terrible beast. Okay. And none of them. It was his right arm. Okay. And nothing, right? Nothing. All right. Okay, so let's... Okay, we're going to continue through his... Hold on. 4 memories. He perished in... Oh, he's on the boat. Right. His other memories are... So we went to the first one where he's, like, sleeping, which I don't think should count. He's at this one. So the only other one that we have seen him in is this one. Murder Part 3. Which... We need to go to the main deck. Mickey D TV, this is a fantastic game. Had it on my list for years, but only played it recently. Nice. Yeah, I'm loving it so far. And I am, like, determined to get everybody with at least an educated guess. I'm trying not to just like brute force my way through, but I'm trying to like systematically go through and figure out who each person is. Right now, I'm trying to hunt this guy down, and on the way I did find an interesting like tattoo that I need to find on somebody, but I don't know who they are. But hold on. I would never have gotten everyone had I not had stream to help. Amazing. Oh wait, is this the murder? Or have we? Wait. Yeah, it is. Did you? Okay, I just figured this out. This is the third stream. That the stopwatch tells you what chapter and part each person is at. Like this, it says it's like 305, 31, so that's chapter 3, part 1. And then, like, this one is chapter 6, part 2. Anyway, I just learned that, and it blew my mind. Okay, let's go here. I think we need to get to part 3 of this to find this guy.
Hello?
Hello. Oh, while we're here, show me your right arms. Okay, I don't think it's gonna be either of them.
Is that you? What are you doing down here?
Okay, well that takes us to part. How do I get to part 3? Oh, maybe. Hold on. Is he like? Is his body the one hanging off the side? How do I get out of
Watch your
here?
step. Here.
Anyway, not gonna say long. Just had to pop in and gush. I'm loving it so far. It's been a very good mystery game. I've had a couple people say like, "Oh, I've been meaning to play like a mystery game or like to get into mystery games." I'm like, I don't know if this is the one you want to start with, but surely it should be one along the way. I think. Is that? Or is that 9? Oh yeah, that's chapter 9. Okay. Whoops. But I'm loving it. I'm absolutely loving it. Is this? No. This corpse? No. Yeah, we need to go to part. This corpse was moved post-mortem. Okay, so where is his body? It's not this guy. It's chapter 9. That's chapter 9. Guess we have to analyze all these bodies then. This is 4, 4, 4. Who is this? No. 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 So many people. There's just so many bodies. It's so many things to keep track of. Oh, though I guess it says he might be on the gun deck, not the main deck. So hold on. Maybe he's in a room. This is now that I'm checking the pocket watch, it does feel a little absurd. Also, just like walking around, then just like opening up the pocket watch and being like, nope, this isn't right. All right, hold on. Who's in here? Are you? No. Chapter 9. I am very much enjoying it, though. This is super fun. I will say this game does make me feel like a detective, and I am here for that. I wonder if... Okay, hold on. Okay, we're getting closer. Oh! That's right. I forgot there's just a leg hanging out of the window. All right.
On your toes. We best push on.
Có bằng
Here. Slack the lifts and lower the boats. The whole crew will be on us.
Give it up.
All right. So who do we have here? We found the tattoo, and it's this guy. This is number 37. Timothy Butement. Okay. I wonder what else he's in. And for sure, this is Nichols. Yeah, and he is confirmed. So he was shot. I'll say. Exploded. Where's everybody? Who is this? Disappeared in the Doom. Okay. This is his first memory? Yeah, okay. This is the first time we've seen him. And he disappeared in the Doom. We're gonna have to follow him. The more I learn about Nichols, the more I think he deserved to get shot. Yeah, it's interesting because you sort of have different... I mean, as you're, like, figuring stuff out, you kind of have different impressions of everybody. Okay. So this is them coming back from... Oh, wait! No, wait! He's alive! I thought he died. Wait. Oh, this is chapter 3. Is this them getting on the boat? They're getting on the boat. Is this what's happening? On your toes. How can you do this? Load her up, but we best push off. Let me go. Give her here, will ya? Captain, slack the lifts and lower the boats. The whole crew will be on us. So this is them leaving. Right. I was like, wait a minute. How's this guy here? It kind of looks like they're getting on the boat, doesn't it? It sort of looks like they're getting on the boat. But, okay, so they're actually loading the boat. So he's getting on. There's this guy. He'll get speared in the next chapter. The Russian will get killed. Who's this? Patrick O'Hagan. That's right. Oh, and they're loading up this side of the boat. I see. Also, this would have been a clue. He has both his bag and the pipe in there, so we did figure that out in a long about ways. We're pretty confident is now Timothy Butement, because I'm pretty sure who did Nichols shoot? This guy. Timothy Butement, I believe. I need to double check, but I remember, I think it was 37. We went to one of the memories, somebody is sleeping in a hammock with number 37. He has his arm sticking out, and there was a tattoo, and it's this tattoo. So I'm pretty sure that is that guy. This again, who's this? This guy exploded. It's not funny. And is this confirmed? Yeah. No, it's not. Clubbed by an unknown attacker. He's clubbed by this guy, I believe, but we don't know this person's name. This guy survives this, apparently. Oh, I wonder if he's the helmsman. Because he's touching the wheel. Let's actually... Let's see. That's maybe a stretch, but I think that makes sense. We'll see if we can find him on the Doom. But okay, hold on. He apparently perished We'll jump to this. He took an arrow to the knee. I know, right? He used to be an adventurer like us. Okay, so I think we've made progress in this one. What chapter do you die in? Or what part? Whoops. Oh, he just disappeared. So, all right. Here's what we do. We're going to go through all the chapters of the Doom and figure out if we can spot this guy. What does he look like? He has a mustache. Bald. Bald, I think that's a mustache. A very big mustache. Kind of wearing a vest. And some taller boots. We'll figure it out. First chapter of the Doom. The first one where we're on deck is... Huh. Okay, we're gonna have to... This will be complicated. This is... on the gun deck. Hold on, let's overview this. Chapter, or part 1 is in... Oh, is there a part that's... Okay, let's see this. Part... That is the main deck. Off to the side. Chapter 7. Okay. We need to find Chapter 7 things. Is this Chapter 7? It is. Alright. Whew. Alright.
Let me on. Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh? How's that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother.
Brava.
That was an accident. The ropes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
Not our guy. But, oh, this is the guy who gets clubbed. Yeah, clubbed by unknown. We need to figure out this guy's name at some point. Okay. Do we see anyone else here? I don't think so. Oh, well, all these people. Doy. Unknown. So he is at least maybe someone associated with this guy. Let me on. Okay, hold on. Have we put a name? Yes, we did. Lars, because he is from Denmark and is the only person from Denmark. This guy is the killer. He also disappeared in this chapter. Oh! I think they get killed in this. Oh, I think okay, this maybe solves something that I didn't piece together last time. Because during the attack, you see a boat fly up into the air, and there are like 3 people on it. And I was trying to figure out who these people were. But it makes sense. So, okay, hold on. This guy and this guy. All right, I'm going to try to remember that, but we'll see. All right, so we go to part 2 now. Okay, part 2 is below deck. We're not going to go upstairs. This is also below deck. This is up top. Okay, so part 4 is the guy that gets exploded. Is it you? It's chapter 7, I think. Is it you? Oh, no, that was actually... That's downstairs. That's downstairs, so it's this one. Okay, but this guy does get exploded. But we get to see... We need to look for the helmsman. We're gonna also look for that boat. Okay. Who is this? You fell overboard. We don't know your name. That guy. Are there other parts where we can come up here? Maybe not. Okay, let's come back to this. What is the next? Ah, then the guy that gets torn apart. This chapter is really cool, though. Ignore all these screams, please. You don't have a mustache. You don't have a mustache. Who are you? This guy. This guy. That's the guy who gets exploded. Not you. Okay. It is really... Okay, you see, look, there's the boat with 3 people. That must be... Because they're too far away to, like, inspect, but it must be them. Okay. At no point does it really show you... This guy. At no point does it show you... like the helm? Is that what that is? Like where they, Is there any hint? This guy... I really don't know who you are. I wonder if... I mean, like... I mean, maybe... I feel like the tattoos should be very reminiscent of something, and I just don't know, like, where that is. They seem more, like, tribal. Okay, let's go. Okay, so first off, these 3, I think they fell... Okay, I think we can say... they drowned? Fell? struck. Hold on. Torn apart, suicide struck, strangled, spiked, speared, shot, poisoned, knife, killed, illness, froze, fell overboard, exploded, expired, electrocuted, eaten. I think we would say they fell overboard. We can try to keep track of them after... We have not seen this guy. I did see... Hold on. That guy was in a previous part. He has a striped shirt. Okay, let's try to go to the last part. Who's this? This is the guy that exploded? Yeah. Okay. Do you guys see how difficult this game could be? Is this? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Hold on. Let's go over here. The last part is the captain's wife. I think she does come from this area, so maybe we'll be close to the helm. Is this him? It is. He's getting taken away. What do we say that he... drowned? Fell? No, he didn't fall. He's being... Why isn't tangled an option? Spiked, speared, crushed, clawed, decapitated, drowned. Oops. Drowned by the beast? Aha! Well done. 3 more fates correct. Who do we have? The cook. We got him. Educated guess. Timothy Buteman, the guy with the tattoo. And now the helmsman. Complete. Whew! Alright. We're doing good. I feel good about this. Like this, I will say, as difficult as this game is, it is rewarding when you get them right. Like, going through some of this stuff. Alright, while we're here, this guy, I feel like I need to figure out who he is. He seems very important. Who do we have here? He was torn apart. Oh, it's you. It says he disappears in this chapter. But this is the last part, isn't it? Seven wayward souls disappeared during the events of this chapter. Their fates are cataloged here. He disappears here. And who is this? We need to find him also. Maybe he'll be like knocked overboard or something. Maybe that's a guess that we need to take. All right, this guy. I need to figure out who you are, too. Who else is here? You. He's shot later. Is there anybody else that we can see that's, like, hiding? Can't go up the stairs. These people are accounted for, except for this? No. That's Paul. He gets shot and killed, I think. Where is... Oh. He's gonna be pulled under, so he's gonna have drowned by the beast. Let's actually, hold on. Shh, depicted in Justice at Sea. He's with, let's see who he's with. Oh, that's right. He's like, oh. How many people have we, who do we have in waiting? We don't know the name of the beanie guy. We need to figure that out. This guy is clubbed by someone who we don't know the name of. That's it. So at least that makes me feel pretty good that most of everyone that we have like full information on has been confirmed and have been like guessed and confirmed. 2 people, we know most of the stuff except for the name of the people who killed them. Are there 2 people with the same last name? Brothers. Volkov, Walker, Maba, Botaril Lee, Hongjiang Lee, Butament, Gull, Persia. Why have I not noticed that there's somebody from Persia? Herstik, Lanke, Milroy, James, Anderson, Galligan, Moss, Dahl, Sathi, Lau, Tansia, Lim, Bird, Jackson, Pasqua, Whitwell, Spratt, Dalton, McKay. I feel like they would be... Well... Could be one is... Maybe they could be brothers, but different... Like, very different positions on the ship. Oh, there are 2 Peters. They're both from England. One of them, hold on. Is that it? Those the only ones that have repeating last names. Probably. One of them died. I think so. Nathan Peters and Samuel Peters. Okay. One of them would have died. Hold on. Back. Let's go to the Doom. I think it's... Wait. Oh, this guy. This is one of the Peters. The thing is... If you strangled... He says... Okay, so I'm pretty sure we saw where he died. His boat that he was in got, like, knocked into the air. Let's leave this place. His boat gets knocked into the air, but he kills someone before leaving, and he says he blames somebody for the death of his brother with the ropes. That is... Hold on. Yeah, it's this one. Hold on.
Let me on. Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh? How's that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What? That was an accident. The ropes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
Okay, so this is Peters. But which Peters is the thing. Does he have anything identifiable about him? This is being bald. Cuffed pants. He rolls up his pants. Maybe we'll find something there. Has he brought any luggage aboard? This guy... This has to be a clue that he's holding on to this, like... What's he holding on to? Books. Why would he be holding on to books? But the children love the books. What would... Why? Maybe he's like the purser or something. Maybe he's like... I know, let me double check. Those look like books, right? He's wearing a long coat. There's this guy. He's wearing... That's a scarf. Short hair. Anything else about you? We need to look more info. So this is one of the Peters. Also... Okay, we know he's a Dane. The guy says, "Yeah, you Dane." You thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What? That was an accident. The ropes. It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing. Lies. I should have waited so long. No, don't. How will we know which brother this is without guessing? We could do either, but I don't want to guess. Okay, here's what we do. I want to deduce. I want to actually figure it out. So let's bookmark his memories. Did we figure out this guy? Did I give up on him? We know he was speared. Still don't know his name. It's okay. We'll come back to that. All right. We'll figure that out later. We're sidetracked. We're on this guy now. Show his first memory. Oh. Wait. Loose cargo. Part 1. Let's go there. We need to go to there, my friends. The ropes. he's talking about the guy who gets crushed. Oh, so this is still locked. That is suspicious. That is suspicious to me. There's a way to get in there too, or there's like a downstairs. Who's this? I don't remember this. Keep pressure, hold him down. What's this madness? 20 years, my steward, and never a doubt of your sanity. Explain yourself. Those ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all. Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses. Era Darar. What language is that? You fools! All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg? Oh boy. We need we're gonna come back and review this because I honestly don't remember. But okay, hold on. Is this the guy? Whoops. Wrong button. Part 1 of 2. Loose cargo. Perfect.
Oi! Wait! Wait! No!
Okay. Oh, it makes sense because they're right next to each other. Yeah. Okay, so this is one of the Peters. He gets crushed by cargo. There is also somebody in one of the boxes, which is ridiculous. But it looks like it snaps. And he is killed by the Peters guy. And this is the guy who is also there. You don't know anything about him. But okay, this guy gets crushed. He is one of the Peters brothers. Make way coming through Orlop stern, neath the tiller. That's like Orlop level on the stern side. Is that probably lower away? Oi, wait, no, down below. Okay, so none of those were by the guy who was killed. I wonder if we can find... Okay. Part of me is like, maybe I should just fit in their names and figure it out. But no, my friends. I want to actually deduce some more. And who's this? Spiked by a terrible beast. All right. I want to figure it out as best as I can. So even if it takes us a while. So while we're here, though, we already guessed this guy. This guy dies from an illness. We know his name. This guy also dies from an illness. We know his name. Who's this? This is Alexei. Gets drowned. All right, so... what I want to do, we're gonna follow, well, after this, hold on. Where is, I think this is already confirmed, but yeah, there was an unidentified stowaway expecting free passage and eventual freedom was instead crushed inside a falling barrel. His body was moved. just double check to see if there's anybody else here. Oh, it's the same. Gosh, this is the same guy getting crushed before, but there is an. So I think in one of the boxes was just some guy. This is crazy, but okay. There's nothing else has changed here. He's still falling. Looks surprised, but okay. There's nothing. Nothing that has changed. How do I get out of here? This way. All right. Okay. Let's go and life at sea. So, okay, we went through his earliest show memories. Okay, so we did part 1, part 2. Is he in chapter 2 in any place? Let's go in order. Yes, a bitter cold. He is here somewhere. Okay, we need to go up a floor. Once we get this guy, we can connect a death with him. As he kills somebody. Okay, I think this takes us to chapter 2. So he's gonna be somewhere. This is one of the sick guys. Let me just double check. This guy. Do you know anything about you? We've seen you a few times. X. Okay. This is. Wait a minute. Okay. What number are the brothers? $48 and $60. That is 57. Okay. Wait. Hold on. Do we have a name for this person? I wonder if he is, I wonder if he's 53. I think he'd be in the same, like, area. Anyway, we'll figure that out later. What did I say, 40-something and 60? I'm so bad at remembering things. 60 and 47. So we're going to keep an eye out for those numbers. Oh, 47. Wait. $48. 48 and 60. There we go. All right, hold on. 37. Are these numbers going? Where is... Hold on. 59, 38. Why is this 41? 40, 39. Are these? Hold on. That actually might be a clue. The fact that they're 59 and then the beginning of 40. Wait. It's at least one of them. Is he like one of these or something? 36. 37. 42. It is curious when they're out of order. 42 is this guy, and 37 from Scotland. Okay, so we figured out both of those. Man, why are these numbers? The hammocks aren't up, right? Let me walk over here. Hold on. Also, I wonder... Do you think that these are like some of the books that went missing? We need to figure out what the books are about. Right now, I'm trying to see... I know some rooms have hammocks in them. I want to see if those rooms... if the hammocks also have numbers. This is the carpenter's place. The armory. We have not really, like, looked in here. I think I walked in here and I was like, we'll come back. And then I never did. Oh. Where are we? The gunner's store. Oh, okay. All right. I'm trying not to get distracted, but I think we need to... I think we see somebody in this room from outside. We should be able to deduce that that person then is the gunner, I'm sure is what we're supposed to do. Is there... There is the gunner's mate also. Okay, we'll figure that out. These are not beds, but hold on. Not beds. These are not rooms, I guess. This is all storage. So let's go... There are no... Guess this is a hammock. But there's no numbers or anything with these people. I wonder if this is a clue. We don't know whose room this is, but they did leave clothes. Oh, right. That's the guy hanging out over there. Okay. All right. Can we look in here? Guess these don't have numbers. Okay, but I guess... Okay, we'll take one side detour. Who is this? Chapter 5, Unholy Captives.
Keep pressure here.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Those ungodly beasts carry a curse! Throw them back or doom us all!
Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses.
Come on.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think.
Is that Swedish or something? Okay. This is... Oh, I think it is. This must be Philip. First memory. We don't have a... Who's talking? This guy? No, this is the captain. Who do we say he is? He is, the captain steward. Oh, okay, that makes sense. So he's saying... I should have been able to figure that out a long time ago then. This is the bosun. What is the... Keep pressure here. This is the doctor speaking. Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward, so this is the captain. 20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. He says, those ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all. I think this is the captain again. Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses. Someone says, come on. Maybe the guy dragging him away. The steward says, you fools. And then someone says, all's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg? Who is John? Have we already... People named John. John Davies, the fourth mate. John Naples from Wales. And that's it. So there's somebody from Wales, and then there's a first mate. James Wallace. That's the surgeon. This guy. He... I mean... He got killed by a sword by the captain steward. This is the captain. We know this guy's name. That is the assistant, or the steward. This guy. He says, come on. Who's this? William. Okay. So. Either. Hold on. Okay, that's the surgeon's mate. Is this John? What? Okay, hold on. What is the... Fourth mate from England. The other one is from Wales. John Naples from Wales. But what does he say? All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg? Is he John? He's not using any like now, see, he's not using enough nouns. Like, is it you've been in worse spots, I think? Or is it he's been in worse spots, I think? Where's the rest of his leg? And you see, that sentence could be like a general statement to just, all's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Maybe he's John. And I'm going to say, since they are at the... I don't think this is a fourth mate. I think this is... because they're at a lower level deck. Is that right? Hold on. I am trying not to make guesses. Do I feel confident in that? They're like in a storage room. Where else have we seen him? Oh, wait. What chapter is this? And he does die here, right? Perished in Unholy Captives Part 4. So this is after this. Show memories. Hold on. Yeah, chapter 5. He was there in Part 3. Maybe I need to investigate that a bit more. He was there the entire time. He's actually only in this chapter and the murder. So he's in first appearance in chapter 3, and then he's only in this chapter, and it leads to his death. I might need to double check chapter 4. Though I'm thinking he doesn't seem like a fourth mate. All of the like people higher up all seem to be wearing hats. They all seem to be like generally much nicer dressed and wearing hats. I don't think he's a fourth mate. No, that'd be silly. We're gonna say he's the Welshman. I feel like I've at least convinced myself that we've provided enough context. But I'm thinking that because it didn't tell me that maybe I'm wrong. Hold on. Have we... How many do we have in waiting? That's unknown. We don't know how that guy dies. We actually have not seen him die. Hold on. Scroll up. How many offers do we have out? Or, I don't know what to call those, but those still are no. We have one, which is John Naples. Oh, okay, so that could be right. We just don't know anything else. We really need to find out the name of which Peters is correct. Sam or Nathan. Yeah, we took a little detour. If we can do that, it solves 2 of them, or at least it would like complete a full. It'd complete a full set. So okay, we leave here. Hold on, let me just double check. We don't know where he disappeared. He must die or something in chapter 8. Unless we haven't found his body somehow. It said to put him in the lazarette. What is a lazarette? I think we looked this up the other day. Lazarette? A small compartment below the deck in the after end of a vehicle used for storage. I wonder if he is in that Oh, he's probably in that locked room. That leads down. I wonder if he'll find a key. I was going to guess a lazarette was a French laser show. You might be right about that. I bet he's in here. But there is no way to get in there, as far as I know. Come, punch it. He's probably in there. And maybe that's why we haven't found his body. If that were the case, hold on. Crew. Where did we put him? This we won't do because this would be taking a guess. Oh wait, we can't even mark him as dead because we haven't found his body. I was gonna see what the options were. If just like, I guess he would have probably expired if that was the case. Well, no, I think they say expired is of old age, so we wouldn't be able to say he expired. And starved is not one of the options. Okay, so hold on. We were on a whole thing, and then I got distracted. The ship? Does it still hold our bookmarks? Yes. Cool. Alright, so we were in chapter 2. Trying to find the guy who's like, you killed my brother. I don't think he's actually... Okay, wait. Part 1. Okay. Okay, we're gonna continue this. Where are we? Where are we now? Is it one more floor down? Yeah. I think it's this one. Yeah, okay. We're going to continue on. A French laser light show. I like that.
Well,
Same as the other fellow. Some lung disease.
Okay. Part of me is like, I don't care about you. Let's continue. We're trying to find our guy. He is important. He is going to be like a something mate. This is the surgeon's assistant.
Last one was, we checked all hands.
what are his jobs?
And then these two. We already know who they are. Okay. Who's part 3? Okay. This way? Is that right? There's that. Yeah, that was the Orlop deck. Right? Oh, it's this one. Right. What happens here? I know there's the cow. Who do we have? Okay, that is confirmed. This guy, we don't know his name. Or how he died. Who is this? Perished in the escape. Tell Pete's mother. Wait, oh, but that's not Peter. I tried my best to pull him back to save. Oh, that's right, I remember this guy. You tell yourself, Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit. Hold on. I'm just realizing, like, maybe this guy's... He's... Okay, so he's probably a midshipman. Maybe. Because it says, in the midshipman cabin. Maybe that is... Oh, no, you're cut. Don't leave me. Bear up, son, I'll stay with you. Tell Pete's mother I tried my best to pull him back to save him. To pull him back. Somebody dies right at the beginning of this. To pull him back. I wonder if this is Peter? He's wearing a hat, though. That seems very... Okay, this is where he's standing. Where is...
Enter here.
He's standing pretty far away from them, so maybe... Like, are these midshipmen? Anyway.
One swing.
We'll figure that out later. Can't get too distracted. We're trying to find...
When you've done it.
this guy is...
Yeah. Come on. Before she kicks up.
Wait, hold on. What chapter are we in? Who dies? Oh, the cow.
You're
Right?
all right there, sir.
Never been on a farm, John?
Mind your shoes now.
Oh, he says Charlie? Bosun's mate? Oh, he could be a midshipman because... Are these all the midshipmen? Hold on. Are they all standing together? Except for this guy, that's the butcher. They might be midshipmen. What are... Hold on. Glossary. Midshipmen. What are they? Officer in training assists various officers and tradesmen in order to learn ship operations, usually have privileged status. I'm going to say this guy's a midshipman. I think it actually makes sense, so hold on. Okay. we are trying to find... What is this? Oh, the surgeon? Why does he just have the monkey on his shoulder? Amazing. Where is this guy? The guy we're searching for. It says he's in this memory. Oh, is he cleaning? Is this guy? No, that's the surgeon's mate. We're currently in part 3, and it says... Oh, wait. Oh, maybe he's not in this one. Why is this here? Some of them have bookmarks, some of them don't, and I guess I'm realizing maybe he's only there. Oh, does this show everything? It does. Okay, I'm dumb. He's not in this memory, but I think we made, hold on. This guy, let's look at this again. I think is a midshipman burned to death. I can't remember. Oh, right. Okay, he gets there's like an attack, and I think we can consider him being burned to death. He might technically be speared. It's kind of hard to say. But I think if you take the last bit of damage that was done to him, I think he was technically burned. Because there are these creatures, they're like people riding crabs that attack. And I think he gets speared, but then they're like, oh no, what do we do? And they're like, someone like throws a lantern on the crab guy, and so he's in flames, this kid as well. So I think it's like technically the last damage he probably took. If this was League of Legends and they were calculating if they were calculating who gets the kill, it'd be probably whoever threw the fire. Okay. So let's continue. On that note. Wait, actually, hold on. No. I want to see. This is the guy who dies, says something about Peter. So we know this is not Peter. If he's a midshipman, he would not be Peter. There is unknown Thomas, Peter, the unknown midshipman? Dang, speared and burned? I know. It's also like, how do you calculate who killed? It's kind of like so we have to figure out the name of the guy wearing the beanie, because his gun is actually, so there's a guy who's executed, and they have 4 people shooting, 3 of which miss their shots. The guy with the beanie hits his shot, but it's like, well, who killed the guy who was sentenced to execution? It's like, well, who do you count? The guy sentencing him, the one who actually pulled the trigger, or the one who tells them who ordered the, I don't know. Gets a little, maybe I'm going a little too, what's the word? Not theoretical. I don't know. But an unknown midshipman. If I were to guess, this guy is Thomas. Peter, well, let's look at the map, or look at the sketch again. Who do we have here? That's the person we just said is maybe... No, this is Charles. This is this Peter? We don't know. There's only... If these were all midshipmen, they're by themselves. Maybe this guy's unknown? He could be like but why doesn't he have a number? That's so weird. There's also an unknown seaman, an unknown... Oh, or can you just mark that as like, I know it's a midshipman? Because there's like an unknown steward and an unknown officer. Is that how that works? Yes. Oh, is that what it is? Oh, okay. I was like, what? I was like, why? How do they have just somebody who's an unknown midshipman on board? So, okay, so that is there. So you can mark, you know, their like title or their position, but you don't know their name. That is correct. That's what you're saying yes to. Because if that's the case, and I can take a guess, if that's Charlie, then this, or yeah, if that's Charlie, then this would be not Peter. Oh, okay. So this would be then Thomas. I don't know the name of the guy who attacked him, but it's the guy who has the beanie, I think, also. That guy's everywhere. And so then this would be Peter. Maybe a cat. Thank you for that. That's helpful. 3 more fates correct. So Peter, midshipman, was blasted by an explosion. Makes sense now why he's saying I tried to pull him back. John Naples. Dope. Okay. We're doing it. We're doing it. It's happening. I love this. We're almost like halfway through. It's kind of nice. All right, hold on. Who was John Naples? That was the guy who had his leg, who's the Welshman, right? Yeah, okay. So that does confirm we know that the guy who's pulled away is the who was he? Oh, who was the captain steward? We do know that. Interesting. One, okay, that makes things so much clearer now. I kept on looking at that list like, what in the world? Why are there just unknown people aboard? That makes no sense to me. So we actually have identified all 4 of these people now. Very exciting. That is very exciting. Who else is here? That is the surgeon. This guy has yet to be named. And this guy is, again, somebody who is a little bit like... I honestly don't know how to classify his death. Because they're carrying something, and people trip over, and the back of the like stretcher that they're holding hits him in his head. So I say he's crushed by falling cargo, but that actually may not be right. It could just be that he fell down the stairs, which is an option. Fell stairs. That honestly seems more correct than he was crushed. Because he wasn't crushed. His head was, maybe. But I don't think that's what they mean. We'll come back to that. And who is this? Your name has also yet to be identified. He is helping currently. He's helping them carry... Is this a sick guy? Yeah. These 2 are identified. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so let's continue. I really want to find the name of the guy. Which brother? I want to sort out the brothers. I've said this. I love it. Okay. Not what I wanted to look at. The ship. That's what hold on. The ship. Okay. Any of the ones with the little bookmark symbols. So he's not in chapter 2 anymore. Chapter 3. Are there any chapter? That's 6. Chapter 3 is... I'm not remembering. That's the soldiers. That's chapter 5. Chapter 3 is murder. He is not in any of chapter 3. Chapter 4 is the calling. He's not in any of that. Chapter 5, he is unholy captives. Okay, let's start here. Okay, we need to go to the main deck. Alright. Like, I really don't want to take as many... I don't think any of the things that I've done thus far have been, like, wild guesses. I think I have sort of shown... I've shown my work, I think. At the very least. If any of them are a little bit stretchy, it's like... We can... I don't... Right? I don't think...
What the hell is
I think I've been
going
pretty
on?
reasonable.
What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？我以来全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害人较对人无过好，是让人稳死的啊！你 talk about a shell, very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
Right. Okay, so we are looking for... This is the surgeon, right? Yeah. That is his assistant. These are the 3 people who died on the boat. Unknown. Okay. It's this guy again. You. I've seen you everywhere. That's John Naples. Okay, this is the guy who got his leg cut off or whatever. This is the first mate. This is definitely an officer. But who... Is there anything that, like... He wears a coat. That's it. I also need to keep an eye out for the guy who wears, like, a longer coat. Also, is this? Yes. What is this called? Is that rigging? This is this guy. What is this is the bosun. Hold on. Oh, and he's there. What does a bosun do? Foreman in charge of general crew operations and the equipment required to sail the ship. Okay. That I feel like doesn't help me. But okay, this guy gets spiked by a terrible beast. He gets spiked. That is the captain. He almost gets hit. It's crazy. He gets electrocuted on the thing. Who's talking? Hold on. This is your fault. Lift this out and take it below. What's going on? What do you know about these things about the chest and your dead friends? I bet that's the captain talking. What are these monsters? Where are they from? You must tell us everything. The guy who dies says, this is your fault. Somebody else says, the shell must be protected. We will all die. And then the translator says he talks about the shell, very dangerous. Shell, what shell? Well, hold on. How does this work? Oh, I guess that whole thing is him. This is your fault. The shell must be protected. We will all die. That's all that guy who gets the front guy that gets speared. Translator's the guy who's standing next to him. Lift this out and take it below. It's maybe this guy? But okay, this guy here, this is the guy that we were looking for. He's here. He's moving this thing. So let's continue. This is 5. He's in 5 part 2. Okay. So if we go down the stairs, it's the guy who dies like midway. I think it's the stairway. This guy. This is part 2. Part 3 is the guy who's further down the steps.
Clear the deck. Move the boat astern and throw the bodies over.
What's your foot in?
Hey there, what's this? Give him the tea and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Heaven now. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? There's a pretty shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Okay. The guy who dies is the cook. Yeah. Where is... Is that him? It is. Okay, so he's carrying this thing. Who are you? Crushed by cannon. He's probably like a steward of some kind, maybe. I think that guy lives. So who is this? John Naples. The guy gets his leg. This guy. Midshipman. Midshipman. That's the guy who throws up. This is the other midshipman. Makes sense that you see them together now. The captain steward. He's running. The guy that I want to figure out your name at some point. The first mate. Is this the captain? Yeah. Okay. This guy. This is the bosun. I actually think this is... I'm thinking this is the bosun's assistant. He's often with the bosun, but isn't, like... They're looking at the spike. That's the, Oh, is this Beanie Guy? It is! Okay. We need... Oh, that's somebody major that we need to figure out his name. This guy gets electrocuted. They're unloading the thing. I think this guy... He's always with the bosun. He was last seen... He might have been drowned? Or... The last time we see him... Turkey Leg! Welcome in. How's it going? The last time we see him, he's like... He like stabs he stabs the squid and is like thrown overboard. But Turkey Leg, welcome in. How are you doing? I hope you're having a great day. We are playing a very weird game, but it's very fun. It's called Return of the Obra Dinn. And we're trying to solve a bunch of mysteries and a bunch of deaths and murders. That all happen on a boat. Has very unique art style, kind of hard to see sometimes, but lovely game. I'm actually having a lot of fun with it. But let me see here. I think we need to go to the... So we're trying to follow... I'm trying to uncover who this person is. Let's go to the next memory. So this was part 2. Part 3, I don't think we're going to learn anything about him, but we might as well check and see what happens. Where's the exit? Here. It's over here. Because the difference between part 2 and part 3 are only like, it's like a minute, maybe even less than that, 30 seconds. So I don't think a lot is going to have happened. I think he'll just be standing in the same place, and there's no dialogue. So this guy dies. He gets his head... You see, again, do you consider this him falling down the steps or being crushed by cargo? I feel like it's either. I feel like you blame it on the fall. Now... Okay. Can we inspect anything else while we're here? Who is here? This is... Oh, the artist is here. Interesting. This is the first time I've really seen him running around. The butcher. The carpenter appears. We've confirmed. Is this the... carpenter's mate? Hold on. How many people do we have? Fell overboard. Spiked. Hold on. Clubbed by unknown. So that's not ready. Knifed by unknown. So that's not ready. Unknown. Shotgun by the beanie guy, but we don't know his name. Spiked, the carpenter's mate, fell overboard. Okay, so we don't have a third, so that's fine. I was about to say, should we have gotten confirmation that this is what happened to that person? But it does it in groups of 3, and so I think the answer is no. We shouldn't know yet. But let's see. Is there anybody else who's here that we can... This is this guy. We'll figure out if... We may have to, like, switch if he's, like... That's the guy we're trying to figure out. But yeah, nothing happened, and nobody said anything. Part 4... Is he here? No. Okay, so hold on. Show memories. This was chapter 5, part 3. Where's chapter 6? This is chapter 6. Aha, okay. Location. Top deck. We go. Alright. We're basically right now, for those who are maybe joining us and don't know what's happening, we're an insurance agent for the East India Trading Company. We have been tasked to figure out what happened aboard this ship. Everybody is dead or missing. And it is our job to figure out... Is it this guy? Is this chapter 6? It is. We have a special watch that allows us to go through memories. And so we're going through and we're seeing snapshots of what happened aboard. And so we then have to use deduction to figure out, like, who is, where people are and what happened to them. This guy was electrocuted. We don't know who he is. He's probably going to be our topman's... What do they do? Higher rated seaman specializing in work above deck in the sails and rigging. So this person's going to be... Oh, so I guess I can do now. Hold on. Now that we know that we can do this. He's an unknown topman. Okay. We have these people here. This guy. Oh. Wait a minute. He's probably... Oh, wait, no. He could be... Again. We did it. Okay, so we've confirmed 3. This guy, his tattoos are reminiscent of New Guinea. The carpenter's mate. And, aha, okay, and so the bosun's mate. We figured out those 3. So he did fall overboard. Alright. So we have... table of contents. The crew. Who do we have unconfirmed? We have this guy. We know his name and how he died. We don't know the name of the person who killed him. This guy, we know his name, but we actually have not even seen his death. So it's unknown where he is. This guy, he was knifed by somebody, but we don't know their name. Lars was clubbed by the guy that we're trying to figure out his name currently. If we are able to do that, we get Lars correct, we will know 2 more because of that. Because Lars is killed by one of the Peters brothers. We don't know which Peters brother. One of the brothers is dead. He was crushed by cargo. The other one gets thrown overboard. So if we figure out which, if we figure out, Wait, is he supposed to be in this memory? I can't get down from here. He might be one of the people down here. Can I look at these people without leaving? So, what we're seeing here, there was from what we know, by the way, for people who don't know, what we know of the story, basically the ship sailed. At some point, some people went on a little excursion, and they found a chest that had a magical shell or something, some kind of special shell inside of it. The shell is apparently very special because these creatures have now been sent to the boat to try to retrieve the shell. As you can see, there is a giant crab. There's actually somebody riding the crab. People get attacked. There's a squid attack, and then a few people try to leave, and they get attacked by mermaids. Merman. Anyway, so okay, I think the person, Crab Rider is my new band name. I love it. Honestly, they look kind of dope, to be honest. It's kind of, it actually took me a while to realize that there was somebody riding it. I thought it was like just crazy spikes, because the crabs do have spikes on top of them. But there's like someone perched in the middle, and they have like seaweed or something draped all over them. They carry large spears. Anyway, so of these people, so these are most of the top men, is what we're figuring out. I don't want to mark all of them as unknown, because I think that'd be ridiculous. There is... So we have found... The ones that we need to mark are Omid, who is Persian, 4 people from China, 1 person from England. Hold on. Who are you? I wonder if he is... He might be Lewis Walker. You... Oh, that is, oh, that's one of the Russians that we already know his name. This guy... Who are you? This guy. Okay, he is going to be... the Persian... I'm gonna say this is... and this guy makes sense that he's a topman, because he's in every memory. He is always climbing on something, always. But all right. So then we've got this guy. 2, 3. Wait, 2, 3, and we're missing. Oh no, that's the Persian. Is there any other... I feel bad walking on top of him while he's being electrocuted. So there's 3, 4... Okay. 1 topman not accounted for that we haven't marked. I'm pretty confident in all of that that we just did. Yeah, there should be 4 of these guys. Okay, let's continue with following this guy through the memories. I think he was in the next part. Hold on. Where is it Soldiers of the Sea? Yes. Who is in part 2 of this? Great. We need to go to part 2. Part 2 is main deck off to the side. I really want to figure out who this guy is, and then we can end the stream. But I am just determined. Is this? Who's this? Part 2. Great. Lovely. Let's go. Because if we can figure out who this guy is, it just unlocks so much for us. We've seen him a few times. That guy gets stabbed, and he is one of the topmans. Yeah, you see, look, this is a crab rider. Look at how just intense that is. That's crazy. All right. Where's our guy? Well, there's the beanie guy. That's the bosun's mate. Not the guy we're looking for. Who are you? Are you the guy we're looking for? It is. He just falls over. He doesn't do anything. These are probably all... Is there anything else? This guy. Look at also how terrifying that is. Maybe that's not seaweed. No, it kind of looks like seaweed, right? Because it's not like a full cloth. It's like By the way, are those people still up there? Oh. Oh, right. This is the guy who gets electrocuted. He falls onto that thing. Okay, so... Where's our guy? This one. Show memories. We are... here. Part 3, he's apparently also there. Trying to see if we can figure out anything about his name. There's nothing... Hold on. There's really nothing about him that is particularly... like, noticeable. I guess he wears... like a sleeveless... and he's bald. that's like kind of his identifying factors. He doesn't wear anything else that's different than anybody. So let's go to part 3. Let's see if we can find anything else. If someone says like his name... So his brother's dead. So if anyone says... What are the names? Nathan or Samuel. We know which one he is then. Okay, that was Soldiers of the Sea. And now part 3 is on the gun deck. Kind of midway. It is somebody who gets like pinned against a Is it this guy? Part 3? No. Wait. We're like really close to it. Where is... Part 3. Where am I standing? Oh, am I... I'm one deck below. That's why. Well, at least we know where the next one is. I guess it also makes sense. The crabs walk down. It's you, right? Yeah. Demon, out of the way. Beat to quarters. Enemy aboard.
What's going on?
Stay back. It's already going for Nick.
Hey. Come on, boss. No, get there. Hey, cat.
It's already done for Nick? Did we? Okay, we already got his name. Yeah. Okay, that's how we figured that out. Marcus is the one who dies here. Let's see if we can find... That is the carpenter. This is our guy. What is... The person who died, who's being pinned against the thing, is one who says, "What's going on? Come on, boss. Hey, catch." Who says, and Damon? Lars is from... Is he the... He's the Swedish guy. Which I think he's probably the one who says the demon, who later, like, attacks somebody. For some reason, it makes sense to me. I don't know Swedish, but does this guy die? Is he about to get... Have we? Oh, he gets speared. Okay. You, who are you? I'm trying to figure out who you are. Also, why are you? I mean, I don't know, why are you hiding? But... Oh gosh, look at this. It's crazy. I don't know if I took a look at this. Look at that. Yeah, he's just perched on a little crab. By the way, if this just started moving, I would be terrified. Oh, I guess I must have, because this is how you get out of this area. But okay, are you? Hold on. Are you in show memories on deck map? That was part 3. Is he in part 4? He is. He's in every part of this next chapter. Part 4 is in the middle there where we found the next. So cool though. I love this game. Part of me wants to like contact the dev and just be like, by the way, I'm not even done yet, but I just want you to know that this is just a phenomenal game. This is part 4 of this.
We're no use.
Yes, that's right. These people get decapitated. This guy throws that. Where is our guy? Is he still up here? He's still hiding. This guy gets speared. You're here. That guy's dead. Oh, that's him. Okay. You're... He dies later. This is the first mate. The bosun. This is the bosun's assistant. Wonder if he is the gunner, perhaps? Wouldn't be the biggest stretch of the imagination. Can I? No. Get me stuck. Oh, who are you? Hat guy. We've seen you multiple times. These guys get decapitated. Have we marked the surgeon's mate and this guy? This is his last thing. I think this is the guy that has the X on his... Does X mean... Well, no, that doesn't make sense. Maybe that's... Well, he's sitting on a hammock that doesn't have a number. It has an X. And now part of me is like, is the X supposed to mean that somebody died? What does the X mean? All right. Then the next person who dies is this. I'm going through this entire timeline trying to figure out the name of this one guy. So, what happens here is, I think someone gets... Did we determine... Hold on. Correct. Okay, so he was burned. Where is this? This guy comes in. And... Okay, I guess... Well, we're gonna look around for now. We don't learn anything about this guy, though. Is this the guy that dies around the corner? Who is this? What if this is a hint? Because he's in this room. Like, hold on. Where am I? Does this show me here? This guy might be the purser, because he's in the purser's office. Three more fates correct. As the purser, he fell overboard. He fell overboard, nice. And this guy, okay. Doesn't he kill somebody? That guy, that last guy we just saw? We have made a lot of progress today. I'm feeling good about this. Okay, we're doing it. All right, let's continue. Let me actually see, while we're here, this guy gets killed. Have we? Yeah, it's the butcher. In one of these memories, you can actually see somebody, I think in the gun place. Can we, is it this one? That is... So what's kind of neat is you can... Is this... I don't think this is... Maybe we're on the wrong side of the boat. Oh yeah, because I think this guy like crawls all the way around. So that's probably where we'll get to. But okay, what else is happening? This is all crazy. Oh yeah, the purser's... Or the gun place is here. Okay. Show memories on deck map. This is part 5. Part 6 is... The Butcher. Hold on. That's chapter 8. 7. Who is... Ah, okay, so that's part 7. Okay. Butcher. He's like against the wall? Is it you? Yes, it is. Okay. So it's kind of tedious, but we're literally going through chapter to chapter trying to find just this one guy, info on him. But we're like solving things on the way, which is good.
I'll get you down.
Okay. I've got you, don't move, I'll get you down. Do we know who this is? Yes, the surgeon. Helping the butcher. This is our guy? It is. He's opening this door down. This guy says, give me your gun. Okay, that's the bosun. This guy puts out the fire. He's a midshipman. This guy is exhausted. Don't blame him. Upstairs is locked. This guy is still crawling his way around, but let's see. Okay, we have identified that guy's person. Oh, maybe that's the guy I'm thinking of. But we'll go to the next memory anyway. See if we can find somebody inside of the gun shop. Number 7? Number 7. That's where the Swedish guy gets held up.
Someone shoot the damn thing!
Is this... He might be... the gunner. Are they next to each other? They are. That's usually a clue that they might be... Like, this could be the gunner's mate. Do we know anything about him? Blasted by an explosion. We're gonna say, instead, for now, unknown... not unknown passenger. Unknown officer. And we'll follow them around. Wait, is this? I actually do think this is correct. I think he's Christian Wolf the Gunner. So I feel like he's in another memory where he speaks, and he has a very specific accent, which I think would be Austrian. I actually don't know if we've followed this other guy around, though. He exploded in the Doom. He gets... Yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember this guy. Who is this? Anyway. Alright. So... we'll keep doing that. Anyway, alright. And that guy that we were looking for is there, but he... oh, we can't go that way. Where is... Soldiers of the Sea, that's the chapter we're on. Part 8. Oh, the lazarette is just... Oh, no, this is the lazarette. I see. Yeah, and this door's locked. I wonder if the lazarette is chapter 8. Okay, he's on this side. So, I mean, like, what's kind of interesting about this game, there's so many different ways to pull in clues, even including, like, looking at the map, trying to... oh, yeah, it's this crab thing that's over here. Trying to even see, like, where certain things are listed on the map. You can then sort of deduce, oh, this person is always here. Gosh, that's crazy. Alright. This guy we have identified. This guy fell overboard. So, like, oh, is that him? No, that's the bosun's mate. Sometimes it tells you, like, this person was here in this instance. But, like, they're technically, yeah, I guess they're, like, upstairs right here, but we can't actually... Oh, wait, or is he here? Oh, he is here, never mind, he's just hiding. So the person who died, this guy's the one who says, is that all? We have identified him? Yeah, he's the carpenter. And that is all correct. Okay. He's speared, yeah. Alright. On to the next memory. I really don't want to have to take a guess as to which brother this guy is. But I feel like we might have to. At least we know, like... this is me justifying it. At least we know that he... 5 others were present. There we go. We at least know he's one of these 2 people, but we don't know... okay, hold on. Show memories on deck. So, we just ended this one. So, is there any in Chapter 7? It's Chapter 2. That's Chapter 6. That was all Chapter 6. Chapter 5. There's Chapter 7. Doom Part 1. This is where he kills somebody. Is he in any part? No, that's it. And then he dies here, I think. Or he disappears. And he says... He's the one who says, "Over my dead body, you Dane." Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing. Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long. Okay, hold on. There's no clue there. I don't think. Well, we might as well check. We might as well double check. This is top deck off to the side. You're still streaming? I am. We're actually doing really good. I don't think we're not going to end today. We're going to continue again tomorrow. But I feel very confident about like how we've been able to solve a lot of this. It feels very good.
Let me on.
Also, it's really not that long. It's only been a 5-hour stream. It's not too long.
Huh? How's that?
No
We'll
cause,
probably
boys.
end here shortly.
Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed
Honestly,
my
I
brother.
don't know if
That was an accident. The road
there's. I feel like there's a lot that would be hard to spoil, TBH,
shouldn't have waited.
because I can barely remember people's names and what's happening. You would kind of like you would see some things, sure, some events, but like honestly, there's 60 people you have to identify. Okay, does he have any? There's like nothing. This guy is, besides wearing like a sleeveless shirt, there's nothing. He doesn't have any. Hold on, can I look into the boat? What do we have here? Couple barrels, a box. Those could have been there. Maybe a pad. Is that like a sleeping pad? Something, a rolled up something. This guy's carrying books. Did we? This is the purser. Great, lovely. Makes sense, I suppose. You, we don't know your name. We've seen you. We've seen a lot of the memories with him in it just now, but he doesn't like speak ever, and no one seems to speak to him. Nope. Don't mean to focus on you. Is there any clue? Nothing! There's nothing! And then the last memory we see him being thrown up into the air. So that is not useful to us. Maybe I need to see... Maybe the fact that he has a club at all. Maybe that's... like... Okay, here's what we're gonna do. I know which member we're gonna go back to. The one that has been the most helpful to me has been the sickness memory. I only just started in bonus. I managed to get Mr. Panda to play with me. Nice! That's awesome. Where is... this one? Yeah. Okay. You see, okay, so this is actually kind of what... What are the numbers that we're looking at? The crew... 48. Let's see if we can figure this out. 48 and 60. That's 51. Fifty-seven, 58, 56, 55. There's like, there is no... Hold on. There is like no 60. I'm convinced. 48. Wait, right? 47, sorry. 47, 45, 46. We're looking for 48 and 60. This is how bad I am. Yeah, 48 and 60. All right. 59, 38. You see, like, what is with these numbers? Is this like, hold on. Who are these people? 39, 40, 41. Okay, 39, 40, 41. I wonder if there's... We might have to look... We might have to spend some time with these people. Wait, did I say that right? Yeah. We might need to spend some time looking at, like, analyzing their stuff. Like, what is that? Wait, 39? Yeah. He is also wearing different colored shoes, sort of, from the rest of them. It's like we might be able to figure that out just by that. This is 36. And I said 48. We already found that guy. 42. And then what are these? But you must leave. Have a good one. Thanks for coming in. This throws me off. Did we find out who you are? No. The numbers, like, just make no sense to me. Why is this 51, 53, X, and 54? Is this 52? Are you 52? Do we know who that is? Well, actually, maybe. That, I mean, honestly... Is there a pattern here? It'd be 1... Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. That doesn't make sense. Unless, hold on. That is... No. 56, 57... 58. No, I'm sorry, what? 55. 55, 50, 55, 56, 57, 58. Okay. Also, hold on. Crew. We're also missing 53. I wonder... Hold on. Who are you? Show me your... Well... Okay. Where's bed 53? Where are you? We're going on another tangent. We've gone... Hold on. Oh, are you? Wait, hold on. It's you. 53. Okay, that does make sense. Okay. We're gonna say, then you are Abraham, and this is, 53. And I, mentioned this before, but it makes sense. So one, I just realized all the people in this section are from India. He's still sleeping, or he's still in his bed, or in his hammock. He gets out of his hammock and checks on this guy. It wouldn't make sense if they are flip-flopped. If he was like, I'm gonna get out of my hammock and sit in yours. So I'm confident in that. I think that is not too much of a stretch. Sierra Leona. And then Nathan Peters or Samuel Peters. Who are you? Which one? It's interesting that their names are so far away from each other. I kind of need to... Hold on. Is there a... Where's the boat map? Hold on. Can I, like, zoom in? Isn't there a way to zoom in? Did I make that up? I want to, there's so they don't number where the sleeping things are, which is... Oh, wait. Also, look at this. Wait a minute. First mate, third mate, stewards, midshipmen. How did I not realize this? The bosun sleeps here. The bosun mate. Why? Sometimes I was able to figure out some people because of the map, but I feel like somewhat dumb because I have yet to look and see they already have separated everybody. The stewards, third mate, first mate. Interesting. We're gonna need to like doubly check in these areas and just wait. I didn't. So there, I mean, we've solved already some of these people. That's super important. Well, we did like, I just found the pursers, like who the purser is because of this. But I just realized that they marked these rooms out already. I just haven't even paid attention to that. But hey, imagine how many people I figured out even without that information. I have given myself a difficulty. So this must be then just where, let's just meet, like, just general seamen are there. Because they don't have their own section. The problem is, would have been easier to figure out is if, well, I mean, no, I don't know. I was gonna say would have been better is if one of these brothers was like in a higher position than the other. There are no other siblings. So looking at, though it's like kind of interesting because some of them are grouped together, but why is Nathan separate from Samuel? Though, let's see something here. Let's take a look at something. Where are the Russians? They're playing cards. They have 3 beds here. And it's 47, 45, and 46. 37, 42. You would think that, like, another bed would be here. Like, maybe Nathan is the one that is dead because his number is not here. But don't we get close to... You see, there's 59. These numbers make... Oh, hold on. I guess, okay. 38, 39, 40, 41, 59. Who is 59? George Shirley from England is with... Wait. Yeah. See, that makes no sense to me. Why is he here? Why are you here? And then we just have these. Here's 36. Why are you like this? 54. I will probably drive myself crazy looking at all these numbers. 58. Why is this so far away from the one over there? 57, 55, 56. We are standing where? We are currently looking at the oh no, that's the bosun mate right there. I think this side must just be like the rest of the crew. They're not special. Is there somebody in here? I don't think so, right? It doesn't look like there's no feet there, but well, maybe it's under the cover. Are there any feats in here? Maybe? Yeah, oh yeah, I think so actually. I think you can kind of see it. Right? Hello? I don't see like a body, but yeah, I think so. I think people kind of have like those little dots, you know, flying around, so I think there are some. I think there are some feet in there. Okay. These three are out of their beds. Everybody, all the beds are taken here. I wonder if I could I wonder if I could narrow it down, cuz isn't he in the scene? Hold on. Supposedly he is here. I wonder if I could go through, make a chart and actually mark down, here are all the hammocks. These are where the people are. These are the people that we don't know. But like 58? You think he would be like near here. 57. Is there like a hidden bed in this closet that I can like clip through? Or it's just it's just some planks I think that are This guy likes to sleep with one leg out. Clearly, this is his brother Nathan. Okay, hold on. We may not figure it out today. Because I'm telling you, I don't want to make guesses. That guy's clipping through the hammock. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm really starting to doubt the validity of this game. This guy has a pointy foot. This is something that I'd never noticed before. We're gonna look for that. Tomorrow. We'll look at that tomorrow. Already figured out this guy. Unless I could find the club that he used. Like, that would be a pretty big, like, smoking gun, I suppose. Smoking cudgel. Not that this part would help me, because I can't read any of that. Where are we on the boat? Okay. Hold on. All right, we're gonna leave this memory because I think I've probably stared too much. What is that? Oh, that's like a okay. But I want to see. Okay. We're gonna do some investigating real quick before we end. I just have to know. Are we on the gun deck? No. Let's go up one. So, okay, there we go. By the way, it's still locked? Interesting. Oh, I guess this door's open, but still. I have a feeling the lazarette is the last chapter. Because there's a lock down there, we still can't get to it. So, hold on. 44. Who's 44? We've already figured you out. Okay, not helpful. She could open up the chests. So, like, seemingly there were hammocks here. But they're just not here anymore. Where did they go? And, like, there's no hammocks here either. That's kind of what I'm looking for. I wanted to see what this looks like. I still have a feeling that's gonna come into play. Also, the fact that it's raining makes me feel like a storm is coming, and therefore, like, we're gonna get attacked while on this boat. Unsure about that, but... Okay. Well, I guess they just hide all of the... All right. Okay, so we are going to end. We'll end here. We'll pick this up tomorrow. Gosh. And there was someone... Wasn't there somebody else? Oh, I want to... One of the things we'll start off with tomorrow is we're going to go back to the memory where somebody gets electrocuted. Because we have all of the... Hold on. Well, wait a second. Who are you? Let's do this. Who is the one? What number was the one with the, like... Show me your feetsies. This guy. You. Who are you? Which one are you? Okay. I'll remember that. The one above Formosan royalty. We'll at least solve this one, and then we'll leave. I want to end on a... We got... At least we made some progress. Okay, the guy who's sick is... on this side? $39. Is this guy. Wait. Yeah, there we go. Ayo, we'll leave on this. 3 more fates correct. Okay. These are the Indian crew members. Like, we're doing pretty good, I would say. I honestly feel generally like we've accomplished much. Let's look at what we have, and then we'll end here. So I need to figure out which one is the 3rd and 4th May. Now that I need to remember to look at the maps. I think I know, well, I think I know one of them. Christian Wolf and Olis, I think I know both of those as well, but we need to actually, like, follow them. This is... We still don't know the name of Beanie Guy. That's this guy. We don't know what happens to him. Besides, he went to the lazarette, and then we don't even know how he died. I assume we'll figure out in chapter 8. Thomas... This is the guy who dies... Oh! I think he also dies because of Beanie Guy. Lars gets clubbed by the guy with... He's the guy who dies from one of the Peters. And then we have... We don't know... Which one is, like... We don't know... Hold on. I wonder how we will mark... Is there somebody on here who's just like, we have not seen? And that's how you're supposed to, like, figure out who it is. Hold on. This is... Oh, wait. Oh, right. Never mind. I'm dumb. We have to end the stream because I'm being dumb. I was like, wait, how would we have to choose one? One of this... Okay, yeah. This is the brother that gets crushed. This is the brother that is alive, obviously. We just need to figure out which one goes to the name. I'm dumb. So one is Nathan, the other one is Samuel. How will I figure that out? Cuz this guy, he only has one memory and then he dies in that memory. No one says, like, hey, watch out, Nathan. How rude. Alright, and then Nathan will figure out. No one says Nathan or Nate. Oh, Pons! Hi, bye. We're gonna be ending soon, but how are you? By the way, I asked you about which program you're using, because this 3D model that I'm trying to print, and that I put together, that I tried to print, is like, I'm going to die. I can't figure out how... It keeps on saying things like manifold and geometric, and I'm like, how am I supposed to know what those words mean? So yeah, I just don't know how to fix those. So that's why I was asking if you were familiar with that, because I exported it through Blender, but I've been sort of like looking at different applications, like maybe I should just remake this thing in another application, but I don't know. Oh, that's bad? What's bad? That I just don't know how to do things? Because that's probably correct. That seems to be correct. Anyway, we're actually doing really good. I think we're like slowly making our way. I am curious. Looking at manifolds, usually a lost vertici or could be an object that's flipped normals. So I did look at like... That's the thing, is like, part of me is like, yes, I recognize that these are all words that I know individually. Because I did see something about normals. They were like, it could be this. So I like right clicked on it and went to like mesh, normals, something. No. Inside normals, outside normals. I think those were two options, and you could like repair those. So I did them to both. Because I don't know. But I think it said that my parts of it were non-manifold. Flipped normals might be the case. To describe what it is, it's these like bamboo stalks or reeds, and it seems like most of it would print, but like the top part, the last thing, I think it doesn't want to print, and it says that they're non-manifold. I think that's what it is. Anyway, so that's why I was asking, just because I was going to ask you if you knew how to do something in Blender, but never mind. That's why I messaged you. I meant to respond back, but I thought I'd tell you now. But anyway, that's why I was like, I don't know how these programs work. Ship steward. I bet we could figure out who that guy is. I bet we could figure out who that guy is. Not today. That is a tomorrow thing. But anyway, thank you guys for hanging out today. I am super enjoying this game. So much fun. There is, like, it's just incredibly enjoyable. Probably one of my most favorite, like, games that we've played on stream. So thank you guys for being here, because it is definite. It's really interesting. It's very, I feel like it's pretty difficult. It's different than it's different than some of the other mystery games we've played. It's very freeform, but it's pretty neat. And now that we've gotten to a point... Oh, the one thing that I was going to say... Let's switch back for a second. I am interested to see the back cover. I feel like the gray part that's right here... why am I pointing at the camera? The gray part that's right here that's shaded... That kind of looks like the last 3 to me. And so I think I'm not going to be able to figure out this shaded part until the last chapter is released to us. So I'm actually trying to get... My goal would be to try to fill out this whole last bit, except for the last 3, if we can. So we'll actually see if it's possible for us to figure that out. Because I don't know what... So we've gotten to the part where we've unlocked every chapter of the book except for the last one, yeah, which is chapter 8. It's told out of order, but for some reason they haven't given us chapter 8 yet. I think we have to get back on the boat we came on and send the book that we have to the doctor, I guess? And I don't know if it's going to give us the ability to guess anymore or, like, deduce anymore up to this point. So, I want to try to complete it as much as possible. So that's where we're at. The thing is, though, part of me is like, who would be like, one person we might not be able to figure out is the Swedish Captain Steward. Maybe. I really need to like go through. This is so fun. I really need to go through and like I want to follow every person through every memory and be like, who are you? Why? Who do we not know? If I had a printer, I don't have one. If I had a printer, I would print out this thing and just be like, oh, you know what I should do though? We're gonna do this. I need to take screenshots. I need to take screenshots of this and like scratch out their faces once I've confirmed who they are. I'm gonna do that right after stream. Lol. To be like, yes, we got this person, yes, we didn't. Or, you know, so I can narrow it down. I'm going to 100% do that. Anyway, let's hop over here real quick. Let me see here. What do we got? You're gonna make a Charlie board soon. I mean, we actually did that with one of my other favorite mystery games, the Famicom Detective Club games. I did that for both of them because it honestly gets so. I will say the Famicom Detective Club games are very almost like a soap opera. Like every chapter, I think those separate into chapters as well. Also, every chapter introduces just another crazy element to the game, or like another secret is revealed that you didn't know from before. And I will say, I think the first game is better than the second one, in my opinion, because the second one is harder to guess. Like, it's harder to think. They kind of throw in some loops towards the end that are like, oh, you wouldn't have known this. Like, you wouldn't be able to come to a conclusion without knowing this thing that we're introducing to you sort of towards the end of the story, which I don't like. Whereas when playing the first game, I kept being like, this is really weird, or like, this, I'm not sure what's happening here, and then something would be revealed about it, and I'd be like, aha! Like, I did notice, like, there was something odd in this moment, or how these two people were acting. But for both games, I created, like, a scene that was, like, a little bored, because, in order to explain and catch people up what happened in between each one is, like, just crazy. But anyway. Anyway, well, thank you guys for being here. We're gonna raid out. So if you would like to join us for the raid, that'd be awesome. We have not raided this person before. They're currently playing Hunt Showdown, but they actually play a lot of shooters, and they play Apex. That's actually how I found them. But they also play like Warzone and some other stuff. But they're 8-Bit Blood. They showed up the other day and said hello. But let's see here. Before we go, there's a couple of thank yous really quick. Turkey Leg, thank you for the follow. War for the resubscription and the raid. Thank you very much. And Punch Lasers with the raid. Best Biscuits for the resubscription, and Emmers for the subscription as well. So many of you, both Emmers and War, were resubscribing for 17 months, which is crazy. So thank you. Thank you very much. But let's go ahead. We'll start heading over to 8-Bit Blood. I'm going to have some food because I have not eaten today. I believe 8-Bit is learning how to play Hunt Showdown. He's never played before. But I think I remember him saying something that somebody was going to be teaching him how to play. I've never seen Hunt before, though I know what it is. I remember looking it up once before. It's like a horror battle royale, I think is kind of the goal. I think you're also supposed to survive, / there are like giant enemies, big enemies or something that are around. Anyway, we'll see it all. But thank you guys for hanging out today. I am so excited. I think we might finish tomorrow. If not, we'll get very close. It's kind of hard to tell. Most of today was spent following this one guy around and still not solving who he is. Getting closer, we learned that he was a brother today. But we did solve like a bunch of other people, so that seems like a good combo. That seems like a win in my book. But anyway, I'll see you over at 8-Bit Bloods. If you have our emotes, go ahead and throw some fist bumps or something in there. Always good. But anyway, I will see you later. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye!